that's a brains, man. He kind of reminded me of two people, I'm not gonna lie to you. Stop the trip. Doesn't know who it is. Thanks. That's great. Shut up. Oh, did you hear about the new killer is gonna be fucking impossible to oh, look, you were right, it was a Bubba. That's easy. Hi, buddy. Wow. Dumb. Bubba coming from my booty. Bubba coming from my booty. I'm dead. Touch me. Touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Better pay at the office. Don't touch me. Look at me, big. Oh my god, he's so fucking insufferably loud. Like, I get you're Italian or whatever the fuck nationality you are, but goddamn, bro, you ain't gotta scream to fucking heavens. Not to mention, it's so rude when someone else is screaming and you're just loud as fuck in their fucking everybody's ears. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're supposed to be a show stealer.
I'm off that too, but they're walking. No worry, I'll be going.
I will fix my stream in a moment, chat. I am a little bit
yeah, he has a block on the house.
What's working on the
Ah, Bubba Chan!
Did you just call him Bubba Chan?
Yes. It's his new nickname, Bubba Chan.
I can see it.
Well, we're in the US now, have fun.
Why do every time we play a game I play with you two, I get a Russian fucking random? Well, I finished my gen, so I'm gonna finish this now.
Fuck you, Wolf!
I did nothing. Don't blame me.
Oh, I kinda murdered the random.
Why is that not?
Why are you blaming me for that?
Come on,
I wasn't even the one getting chased, my man. I thought you were the one getting chased. And then I'd be like, oh shit, I put the pellet down in front of the random. He's not happy with me.
Oh, I guess it's just gonna work. Okay, cool. Oh, oh right, I need you to stop. You're pissing me off. Stop.
I think I want to go.
For us,
I'm nearly there. That news,
break.
Never mind.
Yeah, don't go.
Never mind.
He waited for that shit. He camped. The moment I was there, he was.
He's tunneling.
Oh yeah. yeah. I feel better that I got out of this second hook. But yeah, definitely a camper.
That's so damn weird.
I don't see him near now though, so he should not be too near.
He coming for me. He coming for me. He coming for me. He coming for me.
Wow.
You can save him.
I'm thinking he's with his dream.
Alright, I'm here. Hang on a second. I will save everybody, apparently, because everyone's dead, dying. Oh, hello.
He beat
I
camping.
didn't even know you were right next to me. How did you walk past me when you were right next to me? I'm so confused. Did Bubba just, like, not want to murder me?
He's a bit of a camp.
Oh, he's right there.
Oh, you need to unhook him or
I can't, he's kind of chasing me at the moment.
Alright, now I'll go down.
He got me. I'm down.
Hi, world. 1, 2, 3 for the good luck charm. Here.
I'm jumping back. Hurry
Oh,
up.
I know.
Well, you know,
No,
you're
it's
freaking good luck charming over there.
Oh, my good luck. My good luck something happened.
Clearly.
But it's also a buffer, you know. They usually, you know, be like, I'm hooking, I'm going back. They're gonna half the killers to us.
He's not here, he's not camping right now.
Yeah.
Come on, he's camping.
Oh yeah, see me to go my crazy. Holy shit.
He's straight bait camping.
He's not fucking leaving you at all.
No, he left again.
You can unhook it, right?
No, I can't.
Is it oh, is it like
He's like 75% left.
Okay. I can see if I can do things around it. There you can unhook this.
I mean, if he comes back, I can get him Christmas now. Bye.
Oh, I just did it. Yeah.
He's on me again.
Yeah, he's a bit
Leave me alone, bro. Good job. Mom doesn't like you. Why mom fucking love you?
I mean,
This is why mom doesn't fucking love you, loser.
because you need to camp if you need to get a full It's not
I still had to lose it, bitch.
no fucking way.
Yep. 60 seconds, bro. Game is broken as shit.
Let's fucking go. How many
Come on, pellet. Don't tell me that. Oh, pallet failed me. Pallet failed me. I didn't make it in time. He had fucking, what do you call it? Bloodthirsty, whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh yeah.
What a little bitch.
If you come here, I'll let you know, and then you can go for sale. Oh my god, jeez, I thought you were up for a second. I was like, oh my god, go for sale. Okay, he doesn't know the good rocket trick.
Honestly, it's even worth getting off hook at this point. I feel like I'll be better off just dying.
I don't even know whether to say there or not.
Yeah, right, see.
Nah, it's fine, it's fine. I'm on hook, Sean. I'm hooking now. I'm hooked. Papa, you're not good, Papa. Papa, you think you're good, Papa. You're trash, Papa.
Why do you say it like that? Bob.
He's straight up face camping me right now, by the way.
Yeah, well.
He's straight up
Well,
looking
I
at me.
can sacrifice myself.
No. I can unhook myself a teabag, this fucker. I think he want me. Oh, he want me to hop off.
Yeah, that was kind of the
Yeah.
idea. Oh shit! Look, I found a flashlight.
Oh, that's some. Oh, you found a flashlight?
Sure did.
Oh, fuck yeah! Let's go, man. Be a little dick to him now.
But try. You were trying.
Yeah, that's true. I guess Buffer is very hard. So,
No, I
flashlight
mean, it just
too.
involves me, like, literally saving one of them, because I'm not doing her do it any other way once I hit him with a pallet. But he respects pallets, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, that's funny. A Buffer respecting a pallet.
So go down, and I can bully him. Otherwise, I can't really do shit. Unless I can get a pallet slap.
Okay, Buffer, you kinda trash for that shit.
Also doesn't help, I don't know where any of you are, so yeah. That's what we're gonna do. I don't want a lantern, fucker.
I just gonna call Papa trash, honestly.
Sure, he feels the same about us, bro.
What? He might be a Russian. If he's a Russian, I'm gonna have a blast.
Who died? Oh, you died.
Okay. And he
I
is
don't lie to you, Wolfie. It might be a hatch game, and I might just let you get it.
meth witch.
Oh, never mind, he found you.
He's a meth, confirmed.
He after me, walk on igen.
Okay.
I have faith in the both of you.
I know that's really no faith in anything at this point, so.
Something you can't see anything.
No, because now like that for me. Well, didn't get the flashlight stun, and it got fucking base kit Franklin's. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Damn it! And base kit Franklin's fucks me over. Well, we're dead.
Yeah.
I dropped down the wrong one.
I can say.
I can abandon. So
Yeah, abandon.
I ain't got time for that shit.
Man.
Now I need to fix my shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's so really fucking broken.
Yeah, no worries. You be done soon.
Bro.
Brah.
I more about it.
I hate that
Just
that's
piss me
leave
off.
my fucking brain.
Cool. What's up, cool?
What's someone need to cook?
No, it's just what's up, cup. You ain't got to put a little other. That just makes it weird. Don't make it weird. It's something Spanish people say to each other, by the way.
Really?
Mostly Mexicans, yeah. Gangsta, like fucking. It's like slang. Like cousin. Cup.
Ah.
Skål.
Skål.
I'm drinking Dr. Pepper.
Ah. Have you tested one of those new Coca-Cola Super Fan Edition?
A bucket
No,
of
I
Coca-Cola
haven't.
Super Fan Edition.
Check out my stream.
What the fuck is that?
That's Coca-Cola but super.
That is a big fucking can.
That was the difference
you can
between
find
that
it
and regular
at,
Coke.
You can find that at ICA. It costs
I'm
like
gonna look at it tomorrow now.
it costs like 17. Okay, hey, we're gonna have the fourth player now.
Who's that?
Michael.
Oh, Nico? You call him Nico?
Nico.
Do you want to die?
Bro,
You'll get
I've
mad.
stopped correcting. No, I've stopped correcting people at this point.
I mean,
Okay, Nico.
nice.
Bitch, you know this.
I don't give a fuck. You think I give two shits?
Keisha?
Exactly. I don't give a fuck, Keisha.
How was your day?
Well, my day's alright. It's been a concert recovery day.
Another one? Jesus Christ.
No.
Man, he's been to like how many fucking concerts? In like the last fucking month.
Yeah, well, I think this one you might actually be jealous of.
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't care?
As in, I don't care what. What is it? Tell me.
Evanescence.
Oh, no, not really.
Oh, you know you fucking love Amy Lee. Shut your mouth.
I think she's hot, but I've never really been a fan of. That's like the only song I know by them, and it's honestly probably the most obnoxious song that got overplayed on the radio back in the day. So, to be completely fair, as long as they didn't do that song, I would have been jealous. But I'm not, because I know they did that song first.
No, actually, it was in the middle of the set.
Either way, that song drives me nuts. I heard that song so many fucking times in college. I was like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. It's fucking itchy. I'm just saying itchy. Fucking, what do you call it? Fucking emo shit. I'm about to say, Sid, you were the one we were waiting on anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. There we go. Even better. I do hate that they released. I mean, he just came out and, oh, you know what? We're gonna give him a beach skin. And why would you? I mean, and why would you give V a beach skin?
Why not?
And why only
Females,
two?
bro.
They could-
Females.
Yeah. That's very good.
Eh.
But the, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh, uh-huh,
Uh-huh.
uh-huh, uh-huh. That's the way I like it.
That's the way. I like it.
Thank you. I got the song stuck in my head now.
You're very welcome, sir.
It's not a bad song, it's Shay.
So happy to hear that. Let me know if there's any other stupid songs I can get stuck in your
You ever
fucking head.
see that little thing that pops up every so often where they're like ruin a song by putting in the ass somewhere in it?
Oh god. You're pretty when I'm drunk in the ass.
That's the way. I like it.
In the ass.
They just
That's
make it
actually
so
pretty
fucking
honest.
much worse. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, this is the other. Oh wait, this is Dead Dog. Never mind. I thought it was a different map.
This is a
I
bad
thought it was a
map.
different
for
map.
me.
Ah. It's my controller. Drop
I
this
swear to
fucking
God, it's like a
lantern.
clock coming out.
I fucking hate the lantern. It's so useless.
Don't
It gives
stop
me
it.
away.
You be my shield, okay?
But
Ah,
he
that's
said
crazy.
you send me right here.
You
He said
bitch.
you'll be my shield. That's crazy. What up, Vault? How you doing, bro?
I see what you're standing on.
for it, dick.
Pig!
Biggie, I want to boot the snoot.
No, Trapper!
Damn it, you said pig, liar.
Which one is it? God damn it.
Hi,
Yeah, why are you gonna get our hopes up, bitch?
I'm here to talk about
I don't want to talk about your Lord and Savior. We're talking about my Lord and Savior, Cthulhu.
Hey, Dick. Good job, my shield. You're taking hits for me.
Talk about my Lord and Savior, Cthulhu, right now. Right now.
He's
Thank you,
getting
Wolf.
the beaches out here.
Thank you, Wolf.
Is that my father right here? You have a father?
I thought you were bad.
True.
What?
Bro, what? That's crazy. Whose father are we talking about? Holy shit.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
My daddy's a gynecologist and he looks at vaginas all day long. Fucking goddamn it, Trevor. Get the shit out of me.
I'm sorry, I have to say, it was a perfect timing.
Oh, Benny. Yeah, it's your dad. Where are you at? What you with?
Isn't it?
Apparently you abandoned your kid. That's crazy, bro. I've never heard of this.
He was about to get milk, you know, but the milk never came back.
My dick's too small.
I
know. I could have. If I was able to get there quick enough, I would have been able to. No, they wouldn't even. This motherfucker really not out to drop them. Oh shit! I didn't know he knew I was there. Well, that sucks. A little ratchet. Shirtless man going in on hook. Bye.
What? Say goodbye, Slayer, biggest man.
No, bitch.
Yes. You are.
Listen,
our-
Nikki, if you don't get your ass over here and get me on this goddamn hook, I'm DDoSing your stream. Think I can't?
Right,
Trust me, I can.
Hey, Trapper shot! Oh, God, you scared the shit out of me, Trapper.
Hey, Sin.
Yeah.
I learned a cool thing that you can do with your game to make it even better. You just gotta press Alt F4.
Yeah, I know that fucking stupid.
You sure about that? Bro, why are you tunneling me? Go away!
I mean, yes, I'm not getting hurt.
It's lights out, not fuck me in the ass repeatedly. Jesus.
That's a new. That's a new game mode.
Stream sniper, motherfucker.
Vision. You can only talk.
Do you even know what the fuck you're yapping about? You just like sit complete nonsense for like 2 minutes. What?
Bro, I was working at a
Did he
gym.
come back with the milk though?
This man swung and missed.
He was supposed to bring me breast milk. He never came back with it. Fucker. Fuck Nico. I totally didn't press Alt F4. You dumbass. Your kid's over the oldest trick in the book. You were a horrible father.
Bro, nah, remember when we got fucking coached with that shit?
Yes. Ah, fuck you. You stream sniping H, buddy. I feels it in my bones. Bro, yeah, I was like, yeah, that's how you fix your game. Press Alt F4. And he's like, fuck you, play. I got somebody else with that.
Run right there by that count.
Bro, I literally got someone with the fucking Alt F4 while they were playing Undertale.
I know how to take that. Don't you worry.
It was during an Undertale, like, I think they were doing an Undertale, like, donation stream, or like a donathon, not a donathon, but like a charity stream, that's what it was. They were doing a Undertale charity stream. They knew the joke, and I still got them with it. I was like, yo, bro, you should press Alt F4, that'll unbug your game. He fucking did it.
No,
was like, bro, how did I fall for that? I'm like, I don't know, man, but that shit was hilarious. They weren't determined. Shut up.
Oh, one.
Nah, I'm gonna hold you right here until he hits you. So he hits me instead. Fuck you, Kaka. Yes.
Hey, how you, man?
Man, this game makes me want to go play fucking Killers tonight and go get bullied by survivors.
I think he left me? Question mark?
We should just probably come
close
right
to
over here and kill me.
Yeah, I think he's camping me right now.
Yeah, your camp meter's going right to the
Yeah,
roof.
your camp meter's up.
Yep, you can get off now.
He don't want
Do it. Do it.
Pussy, do it.
Jump off that hook.
No
Do
ball.
it.
No balls.
What you mean no balls? Bro, I don't even know if
Can
you
you take
have
balls?
balls. Sid got caught in a trap. No balls.
Fucking hurt.
Does it now? Describe it to me.
Oh. Oh, I heard that man. Heard that man.
Describe the agony to me, please. I want to know. Oh, nice. Okay, I guess we're just having an orgy.
You know, I'm tip at the company.
If he comes, I'm letting him hit you. Damn, I love how I get left the fucking odd one out, and I'm the one on second hook, you bastards.
You're healed, you dingleberry.
I
mean,
know, but I'm
we
gonna
have-
die anyway.
Yes,
I know
that's
how
why
this.
you
I know how
complain
these
that.
horror
Come on,
movies.
there
I know how
first.
these horror movies work. The guy goes up on his own, dies first.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am dead.
Bro, you didn't even get
Also,
hooked yet.
to
Shut
be
up.
Fair, everybody except for Sin is on Facebook, so your
I know,
argument
right?
is still invalid.
No, because I went off on my own, which means I died first. That's how it works in horror movies, don't you know? Nico, really?
Yep.
I'm not helping you. Fuck you. You're dead. Bye.
Hi.
Hey, come here. Okay, bye. Well, he's dead. Where's Wolfie? Oh, wait, where? Hi.
Hi.
Ball drop.
It feels good to have 0 hooks, you know.
I love. Oh, you're the one who died. Fucking died. This man cannot live at all. He can have the upper hand on all of us. He still fucking gets the dying. I don't understand. What? Because this game just doesn't like you, Nico.
No, it doesn't. But I also said it yesterday. Of all the game modes that they put out, this is my favorite.
Really? I've been having a blast, especially killer-wise, because
Yeah.
fucking Survivors are dumb, man.
I mean,
I'm not a big
They get that
give
windows of
me-
opportunity and they get cocky and they don't seem to realize I see the lantern right through a fucking wall on my floor and I'm like, oh, there's where you're going.
yes, I love it. The actual
Oh.
cocky and then, oh wait, there's lights.
Mhm.
I can see the lights.
Behavior was not fucking smart about that one. They done fucked them up pretty bad.
Dude, they're freaking
Just give me a
windows
chaos
opportunity.
shuffle and 2v8. No, I'm fine.
2v8.
2v8's coming out next week.
Yeah.
And I have to run Oni for 5 games. Because I said I would.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said I would, but I said I would, so.
I'm gonna have fun watching you playing him.
Fuck you. I'm gonna struggle. If I even get one fucking game where we 8K or get like more than 2 people dead, I'm gonna be surprised.
But I
That's all
don't
I'm
think
gonna
they will
say.
put the
But remember, the deal is you have to play nurse the entire time so you can back me up.
But I have to play. Yeah, I have to play nurse.
Mm-hmm.
That's a-
That was the
yeah.
rule. I play
I
Oni,
prefer
but you
nurse
play
anyway,
fucking
honestly,
nurse.
in 2v8.
Well,
They're
duh,
gonna
because I know
be
you play nurse
fun.
well. That's why I fucking I know you'll be able to back me up a little bit, but you're probably still gonna fuck it
They're
up.
gonna be fun to watch.
Wolf, I'm
For
not
who?
that bad when they come to nurse.
I think you're talking about me, dumbass. Pretty sure you're talking about me.
Nope, I'm talking about Thin.
Oh, well, then never mind. Sucks.
I'm decently, honestly, when it comes to nurse, I would say.
Damn, he has little to no faith in you. It's you. That's crazy. 'Cause neither do I.
I mean, I have seen Wolf nurse, and that's not even.
I'm terrible at being nurse.
Yeah, you don't want
in
Wolf
this
Well,
game.
nurse,
you try to be
because-
hillbilly and fail horribly, so I'd prefer to have a fucking
Hey, but-
nurse who doesn't know what they're doing than a hillbilly who can't fucking charge across the map
How
properly.
about Deathslinger? Deathslinger is the better choice for me.
Deathslinger's fine. I can deal with Deathslinger, but I still want to see you play nurse.
Trapper.
Trapper. I mean, Trapper and only.
Me and Nico actually won a game where I was Trapper and he was. Were you Bing Bong?
No.
Oh my God.
I know we won a few when I was Trapper.
I know I did one against
yeah.
Trapper and we ended up 8K because I caught the last survivor
Yeah.
on the fucking.
Trapper is not bad in 2-way. That's
trap.
the funny part.
Because he was stupid.
Oh, I think. Oh no, I remember what it was. You were Trapper. I was fucking.
Bubba! Bubba!
Again?
I fucking despise you, Marco.
What did I do?
No, Papa's Marco.
Oh, I was gonna say, don't talk about my mama like that. You come back and dead and kill me.
You play easy mode killer on this mode. Shame on you.
Well, to be fair, the fact that we keep putting the lanterns on the gen actually does help them find this quicker too.
Yeah.
I just do it on the first one, and then.
Yeah, exactly. I just put it on the first one and then down and then I leave it.
Did anybody realize that as a killer you can break those?
Yes, I actually got reminded that when I played today. Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
I found out
can
yesterday
actually
after like the
smash it.
second or third match that I can like break it on the generator. I'm like, oh
Yeah, I
shit!
thought kicking it was enough, you know.
No, because if they know where the generator is, they can go right back to it. But if you break it, then they won't know where the generator is. If you break it, yeah.
I fully expect the Papa right
What the hell just happened?
now.
Oh, thank you for giving me daily charge. Fuck!
Move it!
Not in your way, bro. What the fuck are you
Miss me,
screaming about?
bitch.
For now. You still have to sin.
He's so dumb. He walked right past the locker that I went in.
I
Jackass.
also went into a locker. No, that didn't like that.
See, the only thing I don't like about this game mode that they changed is that they made the generators 20% progressed, which I feel like
Yeah,
makes it so much easier for them to gen rush you.
Oh yeah, it's super easy to get right now. And that's not even funny at this point. Like,
No, and like if you go around kicking all the gens to make them regress from the 20%, it doesn't even fucking matter because it'll pop like 3 gens in the process. So you're basically screwing yourself.
I got a friend with me. Sorry.
I'm working on generator over by the. I don't know what the
oh,
fuck
thank
I
you,
am.
Wolf. I love you, Wolf.
Buy a
Oh,
hook.
really?
It's outside of the
You are a
estate.
bitch.
Wow, that's crazy.
You sure are the second kill in this game.
My cock's hard. He said, I love you too.
Army will always be the first killer that kills me because he makes me unfocused.
You second killer?
No, I'm
Oh, you finally admitted it. All right, good. Now I'm leaving your ass on the hook.
I mean,
About time you finally admitted he's the second killer, bitch
Because
ass.
Myers could be worse.
Nah, Slap Myers isn't really good in this game mode. Trust me, I tried. Not as fun. Not even as useful. Especially because I'm not really good with the Slap Myers anyway. I miss old Myers.
Oh, I'm with you on that. I miss the old Myers too.
I like the barbecue balloons on the hook.
Yeah. Oh, hi. How did you not see me? What? Sir, are you blind as shit? Yo, this man is blind as shit. Okay.
He is.
It's like, I know you can see at least 5 feet in front of you, though. Fuck was that about? Okay,
Maybe
whatever.
he's,
He must be
legally
hard. He must have a
blind.
hard on for you there, buddy.
Oh, he
Damn.
loved me. Fuck,
Imagine
he
doing that in
loved
front of
me,
someone
man.
who's got seizures. They'd be fucking dead on the floor right now.
He loves that
Hey,
generator.
they put an epilepsy warning at the beginning of the game. It's fine.
That doesn't stop idiots from playing it anyway.
Yeah, that doesn't stop stuff from being like, oh, Triple Dale, I'm gonna play
Oh, our
this.
killer's got lag, by the way. I can see his thing dropping. Oh, yeah, you. 2 seconds, you don't get out of there.
Yeah, he loved that generator. We should dodge that generator.
Also, yeah, I know what else is dropping. My balls.
Okay, land girl. I don't need
Run,
a land
bitch.
girl.
Run, Niggy, run!
I'm running as fast as my feet allow me.
Get your shirtless ass over here so I can handle you. How is me and Wolf the only ones that haven't been caught yet? This seems like a skill issue you have, man.
My life is a skill issue, bro. Bro, can you get
True.
through the
Yeah,
door,
you
my
ain't wrong
guy?
about that. I'm healing this reject.
Not you, Bubba. He
Oh. Stop it.
I kind of like how the hook heats up in like.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good on it.
The barbecue hook. I love it.
Alright,
I'm gonna open the door and then I'm gonna come grab you, Nico, so you don't fucking get this down again. I'm getting Nico. Oh, you got Nico already. Let's go.
Wolf is dead.
Yeah, the fuck?
I
Wolf
was
is dead.
open that gate, they come back.
I got you, Wolf. I'm not gonna let you die like that. I ain't gonna be a little bitch
Well,
like
I
Sid.
believe in you guys.
You guys both on second hook. I'm on first. I can handle it.
He camping me. He camping me.
I don't give a fuck. I'll die for you, boy.
Well,
Unlike Sid, I actually have moral high ground.
That's
Plus, if
it,
he's
you-
camping you, all the more reason I can go open the other door. Nah, fuck him.
He's standing behind the rock next to the pallet.
That's good to know.
he think he's a sneaky man.
Oh, that door was already open. Ain't that some shit? Damn it.
Is it this again?
Ah, fam. Ah, fam. Oh, wait, that's the last shot. Fuck.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm just gonna get.
Stop, Felicia! Still failed. That is why you fail. So wait too long.
Oh boy. Shrek.
Shretty Betty. Who the fuck was Ripley?
Ripley is from the old alien movie.
I said who was Ripley, not who is Ripley. Or why is Ripley?
Why
What
Ripley?
is Ripley?
Yeah.
That's
How is Ripley?
the word. It was like that
How
fucking
Ripley?
scene from fucking Endgame. Or not Endgame. Was it Endgame or Infinity War?
I think it was. Oh, do you want better?
He's like, I'm do you one better. Why? It's Gamora. It's so stupid.
Bro, and the funny thing is he improvised that line.
Bro, but he's just so fucking funny as fucking in that movie. Apparently he's supposed to be doing a role or his role again in another movie or some shit. Or he's gonna be in a video game or some shit. I don't remember. Tell me where I go about it online.
Yeah.
I mean, they are doing a few more fucking Avengers movies, so.
Yeah, I want to go see the
You?
Spider-Man movie.
Damn, a few more?
Yeah.
Bro, there's mad Avengers movies coming out. Wow, well. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to see the one with the fucking with Captain Marvel with the fucking cat aliens that eat people.
Oh, that one.
What?
Are you using that microphone to talk to Eric?
Yeah, that shit looked funny.
That
I keep
is
seeing that scene where the cats
microphone.
are eating everybody. Start puking them out. Shit. It's fucking funny as fuck.
I just love that they look at that. That's not a normal cat, right? It's been a long time since I watched that one.
This map sucks when you can see it.
I know. And yet I still managed to 4K fucking hold.
Oh wait, what is that? What was it?
I managed to 4K a whole fucking.
Oh,
you'd be so fucking proud of me, Sin. Guess what killer I got a 4K on this map against a bunch of fucking Walking Dead people was. Your favorite killer. Well, one of your favorite killers. And no, it's not that standard. Think your favorite killer who you think is sexy.
Miss me, now I'm gonna die. Fuck!
Okay, I don't know what that's got to do with what I just asked you, but okay.
The fuck am I running to?
Mm.
To my own death.
Anyway, it was Skull Merchant.
Oh, really?
I 4K'd on this map of Skull Merchant yesterday. It was awesome. I was gonna let the Glen live, but then he bought it out, so I said fuck it and killed Maggie instead.
I mean, she kinda was strong on this event though. She saw someone.
Yeah, I was chasing a Rick, a Glenn, a Maggie, and a fucking
Dude, I need to take
what's the other guy's name? Fuck. Norman Reedus, there you go.
Oh boy.
Daryl?
Yeah, there you go. I was chasing Daryl, Rick, Maggie, and Glenn. I killed Rick and Glenn first, then Daryl I was gonna let live, but he bought it out. So then I fucking went and found Maggie, downed her, and then killed her, and then Maury Glenn.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, scam machines.
I couldn't figure out really how to use your power, but I still won, so no matter.
It's not that difficult. It's basically faster, but there is more information.
Yeah, like it told me where people were, but kind of not really at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, and the longer they stay in the circle, they get exposed with the 3 dots. That's kind of how it just. That's basically how it works. But you know. But wait, we lost our only defense. So like.
Oh shit! Hi! Ow!
Wait, who is this thing to again? Oh, it's wood. I thought it was a snake.
Fat kitty!
I don't know, but it's something. Like, don't get me off the hook.
I'm a little busy at the moment, or I would.
Coming.
I'm being chased by a kitty.
Yeah.
I think the kitty stopped chasing me. I don't trust it.
No, never trust the darkness. The darkness dearest.
Oh! You leave me alone.
Okay, I'm gonna go do something with my life.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. I can eat it.
She quit.
What? What?
Oh, brother.
What?
Bro, I hit you with 1 pallet, goddamn. What the fuck?
Wait. I don't. It was a rage. Please don't tell me what that rage quit for that time.
GG.
Hey, guys, I live.
Oh.
Aww. I wanted to pet the kitty.
Maybe next time. I'm looking forward
Bet.
for this rematch.
That's a bet.
There we go. Now I. Have
Well,
to
at least
play
they
nice.
explained why they left.
Yeah.
They were just like, oh, well, I don't want to play. Blah, blah.
I mean, it could It could be the other one, you know, where they just wait, quit, and just leaves and not saying anything back.
Well, that's kind of what I just said. Do you listen?
No.
No.
Basically what I said, man. Alright, I'm getting tired of being a shirtless guy. Be a half-dressed girl instead. What? Why? Why is everything being gay today? Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
That's a wonderful question.
Why are you gay?
I like the little cuts bit. So you see, my son joined the gang.
Oh, did he now?
Yeah, then he be like taking off his belt and be, I need to punish him.
Mm.
Oh hell no.
I'm sick of this map.
I'm leaving mine. I'm not gonna bring mine in.
I got this map 8 times in a row.
Well, they only give us 4 fucking maps, so
Jason.
there's that. Did you say season?
Jason.
Oh, I thought you said season. I was like, season? Damn! What is it? Is it salt or pepper?
That's the new
garlic.
killer, everyone. That's
Is it
the
salt
new
and
killer.
pepper? Is it? Is it poison? That girl
shit.
is
Hi, buddy.
poison.
Jump scared you are.
Poison.
Jump scared.
Oh, you son of cock.
Is it paprika? What the fuck is paprika? No, seriously, what the fuck is paprika?
It's red bell pepper.
Oh, really? Is that all it is?
Yeah, it's just pepperized. Red
Oh.
bell pepper.
It's actually pretty good in fucking,
Deviled eggs, boy.
Come on, come on.
Oh, yeah, that's what they put in deviled eggs. Paprika, too. They put on chicken, too.
I got touched by a pretty man
I love
again.
me some deviled eggs.
Yeah, me too. I might make some deviled eggs at some point next week or two.
You know what? You don't need a special occasion for deviled eggs. We're adults.
You
We
really
can affect
don't.
them.
Exactly. We're grown-ass adults. Let's gotta go buy eggs. Problem is, eggs are expensive as fuck.
Bro, everything's
yeah.
expensive as fuck.
True. That do be facts.
I mean, it.
Oh, this motherfucker tried to follow me this whole
time.
time. I'm gonna run like an idiot. Let's see.
Sir, if you don't stop. Buddy, hey! No! No! No!
No.
Oh,
How'd that work out? How did that work out for you, bud? No.
Don't talk about feelings with Jason.
Learn saving friends is painful.
Well, that's good to know.
Bro, how what? No, you fucking.
Inflation? Wait, what? I just trapped the guy in the house so they can die in storm, not knowing I'm outside the house. That's crazy. Damn, he really downed you and then came back to put me on hook. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, but I am under pallet right by a hook, so he's gonna have to walk through the pallet door.
And there's nobody around to get you. Unless I get a hook, I can come over and help you.
Nah, wrong
No,
side.
too late.
No.
2 seconds too late. Fuck.
Yep, send me them.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so far away.
Sadly.
Well, forget-
He's gonna kill me! I'm dead.
Hi.
Bro, there's 2 other survivors. Don't chase them, my guy.
Oh yeah, Jesus question. Is your plan to be target?
Well, I mean, I did go right back to the generator. That was right next to where you and Nico, where I just got unhooked. So, kind of my own fault, to be fair.
Bro, really?
I can act bad, but I know it's my own fault. Okay, I'm going to the other side of the map now. Goodbye.
Time for power.
Fuck your power. Maybe fuck no more. Detroit Rock City, come here. Damn, we're both on second hook. That's crazy.
Yep.
Well, if we die together.
I kinda wish they had the in the map.
Birds of a feather.
Dang.
Oh, I thought that was fuck. I don't know why the fuck or somebody. I thought you were fucking Nico.
I am Nico and I'm dead.
Talk about sin, you dork. I've mistaken his skin for yours.
I don't know how to mistaken whoever he was with that ace like me.
Because for some fucking reason, I keep thinking he's playing ace, and I don't know why.
And that's just not really blow it up.
Yeah, well, you can take it. It's fine.
Yeah,
Just not
I'll
anyway.
take it if I have to.
That Jason is a bitch ass.
Hey, Wolf, look.
Niggy.
Wolf got down.
Niggy. In the shower. Oh, you dropped the soap. You know what that means.
You should never drop the soap with Jason. He always wins.
What does that even mean? He always wins. Okay. What does that got to do with dropping the soap? What does that have to do with anal penetration, sir? Oh, fuck me. There's no way that hit me, bro. I'm gonna die like a bitch. All the fucking pallets are gone. Me. Dead.
Oh, you're right next to us.
Yeah, but no one's gonna save me. Bye bye. See you at therapy. Oh, coming your way, by the way.
Oh, I know. I'm
He knows you're there. You're not saving me. I'm dead. Like, I don't even know why you're there crouching. You just left.
I got too focused on doing the not huffing.
You stopped huffing? What? Why were you huffing to begin with?
I got stuck on the on looking behind me.
Sir,
and
when I
on
tell you about
behind
huffing paint, told you it was no good for you.
Love it. It's
Did you not
so
listen to me?
good. Especially the red color.
I can't with this guy.
The red color give me powers.
Oh, Lord.
I win, I stunt.
He did. Don't
He's
save
killing me with a broom.
He fucked me with a toothbrush.
Yeah, you really thought that would work out.
How'd that work out for you, Finn? Not very well. Set that bitch on fire. Joe Valentine. Wasn't Jason's name really Joe Valentine? No. Agent Al William? What the fuck? Yo, does anyone else notice that we're getting a lot of console players too?
Yes.
The fuck is up with that?
That's very
It's
true.
like every other fucking game, I get a shit ton of console players. Nico's quiet. He's probably pissed off.
Oh no, I was distracted doing something else.
No, how dare you?
I mean-
distracted, you bitch.
Jason really did love him so.
It's okay, we love him too.
Yeah, but we don't. But we don't love him enough to kill him, you know.
We don't got vaginas. They don't love us back. Oh, dude. What the fuck? Oh, that's fine. There you go.
Bam, 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 bam.
Meow, 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 meow. I'm a cat. I'm a cat. I'm a cat. I'm a cat. I'm borderline retarded. Yay!
What, are you an orange cat?
Yeah, I'm Garfield. I eat lasagna all day. I have feline diabetes. Possibly feline herpes.
Dude, that cat really need to lose. That cat really need to start to eat healthy.
Yeah, okay. Remember that cat I used to have at my old place, Nico? Fitty, we called her. Fat
Oh,
kitty.
yeah.
That cat was a
Oh,
fucking.
yeah.
That cat was a literal meatball.
Bro, that cat was a fucking menace to a food dish.
Really?
A menace to people too. She did not want to get out that refrigerator. She would let nobody hold her either, except for fucking one of our friends, and that was it.
He protected the fridge.
Yeah, she would let Andrew hold her. That was it. I
Oh,
don't know
it's
what the
Alien
fuck her
again.
attachment to Andrew was, but
Another one.
another one.
I hope it's the same one now.
Wait, who is it?
Alien.
Oh, ah! No, they said they had to go. So I don't know. Woo! Miss me with that bullshit. Miss me with that bullshit. You think? Fuck! Yeah, smart. I don't think it's the same one. Not saying the other one was smart, but he doesn't look better at the tail whips and shit. No, don't fight me.
Is anyone
Okay, never
else
mind. She's
like
blind
that?
as shit. No, never mind. She found me. Damn it, kitty. Damn you, kitty.
Yeah, I kind of wish they did remove the 20% of the game.
No, but then Survivor would bitch and complain. And... What the fuck? Hello, welcome in. Who is this? I can't see names because I'm stupid and blind.
I'm on this Phoenix 3M.
Skull Splitter 11. That's not me. My internet went out right after. Oh, the alien from earlier just said that their internet went out. See, I told you I'm the alien. Because they left before one that would take me to the game again and probably had to get offline.
Yeah.
Beat. Also, I wasn't saying you were stupid. I'm saying
The other side of stack. How the fuck did that hit?
How are you doing, Alien? I hope everything is going
Bob,
well.
thank you for the follow. And I'm sorry that I never got to pet you. I really wanted to.
Not me going to the basement. Unfit, Chuck!
Oh, there's the basement.
Hey, you're a fucking bitch.
Ain't gonna lie, if I have the chance to put them on bitch chick, it just is what it is.
This thing nearby you?
Yes, because I can hear the beeping.
How cute.
Also, I need the heals.
The innocent victim in the basement.
I'm going to save the innocent victim in the basement. Yeah, she's been getting reamed out by fire, so we're good. Wolf already beat us to it.
Is that a new position I need to learn?
Shut up.
I just went on the other side of the
Where'd you go?
Just go to the basement. We've been done with it.
Where the hell y'all go? I'm in the basement right now.
Even in basement when it's an alien, he can just use the teleport.
The alien doesn't have a teleport in the basement. Oh, I'm dead!
Ow. He can still crawl super fast.
Well, she found me, because I went to the basement. Like an idiot.
If you were listening, you would have known she was getting barbecued at the moment you unloaded you, so we'd have been fine.
How? I forgot I was on the first trick already. Fuck! Oh, I'm dead.
Is anyone near the
You two are. Whoever the hell you two are over there.
I'm not here anymore. But I might have to come for you.
I said you two. I don't know who you two are, but it's you two. Can't tell the people. I see a Laura and a fucking. I don't know who that person is. Probably a bitch. That's who it is.
Yes, I am that bitch.
This is what happens when you don't heal your allies. You want them to leave them in the basement to get murdered. I have to lose this show.
Okay, listen.
Leave me alone!
I knew that was gonna happen.
Please don't be another basement hook for you.
Yeah, that's why I kept moving. Stop.
She missed what? Ain't no way. Bro, I made her miss twice. That's crazy.
That's good. I like what I'm hearing.
What?
While I'm doing it yet.
Bro, I'm broken fucking quick. What the fuck? The fuck is this gameplay? Where did I unlock the skill? The fuck? When did I be good?
I
What the
don't know.
fuck, bro? I don't know either.
Oh, I heard someone opening a chest.
I feel like it's when I want to troll a killer. That's when I start playing better. Yeah, you heard right. Where the fuck are you? Any heals?
Picked me the fuck up.
Well, I was keeping her busy, so I was hoping someone would come help you, but guess not. Sin, the fuck are you? I can't see. It's dark.
She put me down.
Hey, you.
She realized she wasn't gonna get me back to basement.
Bro, I would have learned the first few times.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
still
you
don't know
did
how I
that.
did that. I figured she would have hit me on the third one. Nope. I got a toolbox apparently.
Fuck yeah.
Should I go over there and fucking do it again?
I think this is the last
Fuck.
generator.
Yeah, well, I
think
just
this is the
fucked
last
up.
gen.
Why are you?
I don't want to pick you up anymore.
She's afraid I'm gonna come over again.
I mean, I can go up there and see if I can get you up.
No, she's spawned my girl.
She finally picked him up.
Hey,
Oh, yeah, he finally wiggled.
Well, because I was damn near all the way wiggled when she dropped me by shack because she knew she wasn't going to get me to the basement.
She sure wanted.
I think that's why she didn't want to pick me up because she knew I was just going to wiggle off.
That's crazy. Here,
I thought that sound was
heal
who
him.
was nearby.
Alright, you do
Someone
door.
open that.
I'll try to keep the alien busy. I can't believe I fucking whipped her 3 times in a row.
Alien open that.
This is
Open it
crazy.
quick.
You think she would have learned the first two? No. Oh shit, hi! You bitch! Not me accidentally sandbagging you. He was stuck between a hot girl and an alien.
Werewolf, I hope you're escaping.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Yep, I did.
It's me, Wolfie, Sin, who's also streaming, and Nico, who also streams, but he ain't streaming right now, I don't think.
I feel bad for this.
I don't feel bad for him. They should have learned the first 2 times and not fucking try to hit me. I'm telling you, sometimes I do the craziest shit and I don't know how to do it, but I do it. It's like muscle memory or some shit.
I can still forget that you actually loop up movie 8 when you think what's Goblin Slayer. That's still the probably best shit, honestly.
Oh my god, yes, when I looped 2v8 while fucking narrating Goblin Slayer's first episode, that shit was peak.
You,
Love commentary.
wait.
I'm like, yo, this shit
You know
getting
what we
great.
should do?
What?
You know what we should do?
Watch Goblin Slayer while playing DVD.
We should bring back the Cage Collective.
Oh my god,
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Fuck it, let's do it.
Wolf, do you
Oh,
have
you gotta-
cake?
Nope.
You don't have the cage? Sin, we need to rectify this like ASAP.
Wow, you eat cake.
I mean, I need you to buy him for it. It's not broke.
Oh, I know. I spent 90 bucks on 4.
Oh, he does have Nick Cage. He's lying.
This mother.
He lied to you. I'm gonna be the edgy
my
one.
friend and it's light.
Bitch, I lie to you all the time when I tell you I like you.
Yeah. And I do lie about the same thing.
Yeah. Bitch, you like me. Shut the fuck up.
Nah. I don't.
You can't
I
deny
only
that
like
shit. Okay, if you didn't like me, you wouldn't be hanging out with me. Nor would you be hitting me up trying to be like, yo, you wanna play games? You wanna play games? You got games on your phone?
You
I wanna play
keep
Fortnite
such
with
a-
you. I wanna play Fortnite with you. He'd be desperate to
I
play with me
think we-
too.
I think we scared this killer. He's not ready for what
Yeah,
from
yeah. The killer's just
This
sitting there
killer's on 4
contemplating
Nick
their
Cages
life
and
choices
2.
right now.
Killer's on 4 Nick Cages and a TTV. It's like, I don't know, man. Be for real? True. See, that's me.
4 cages.
I bully
what
all my
there
friends,
to-
so it's okay.
Yeah. And that's why we have a strong friendship.
And if people don't like it, they can suck on my butt.
Degenerates, but I'd never change that.
Damn right.
I mean, why would we want to
This
change?
map again?
Hell yeah!
Back to back?
Lights out,
Because
bitch.
that's
Turn it
fun
off.
for anybody.
Oh, great.
It's really not
Oh,
fun
fun.
for
I'm sure locking lockers.
What?
Lock me lockers.
But why?
Oh my god, he's.
You know, I
powered
think this is the
event.
only game mode where Dredge actually scares the shit out of me. So
Oh,
if I
yes.
scream, you know what happened.
Bro,
Oh,
it's,
yes.
it's his power the entire fucking match.
Basically.
but you also-
But it's more terrifying.
Yeah, it's even gonna be worse when you actually get his power.
Fucking Turd Duncan's gonna kill me.
You can miss one.
No, you always leave one unlocked because when you teleport, it prioritizes the locked one.
Oh, that's my bad. I didn't know that. I know
Yeah.
that now.
Yeah,
Plus,
we
once he
got
breaks
two
them,
right
you
next to each
can't,
other,
like-
it's probably gonna tie up
Is he even doing anything? Like, I don't think he's moving.
Finally.
Finally?
Did you get your internet
Someone
back now?
knows.
Yeah. Bam. Well, I learned that now.
I wasn't aware of that actually. That's some new thing. Scared the shit out of me, Cage.
I mean, I don't even know who I'm behind at this point.
Not me. I'm flashing them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's you then.
I'm the one with the snake skin.
It's you are working with.
Yep, I'm thinking of
That
I
means
gonna
you're
go now?
fucked. We're in Ormond again. This is crazy.
Come on, get sick.
Did you mean to
No,
do
I
that?
get the all the skill checks now.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I don't like. Oh, so where is the killer?
I have this weird feeling he's AFK. But that's
think
3
he
challenges
is.
just completed.
Only plus
And
one.
he took forever, like it auto ready. So he
Yeah.
AFK.
I think our code is AFK. Oh, never mind, right there. Fucking scared the shit out of me. You son of a bitch. You dirty son of a bitch. Oh my god, why is he a house? That's crazy.
Whatever I
It's Monster House.
did, I'm really sorry. Now, will you just
Bad
put me
dog.
down?
Yeah, put me down, please. The pain at the office, I swear. Damn, that was brutal. Yeah, I got my ass handed to me by a Monster House. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a good skin to him. I like the skin a lot.
I've never seen that skin before. That's new.
I will go for say you guys finish that yeah.
I know that Christmas skin they or the Halloween skin they gave
Oh
was
no,
fucking
and the
horrible.
snowman, I love the snowman skin.
The
No,
snowman's
not
so
the
good.
snowman, the ghost one. Where the
Oh,
hand
where
was
you
so
just-
big you couldn't see anything. in front
Oh
of you.
yeah, the
Yeah.
weapon blocked so fucking much. Yeah.
On the screen so you couldn't get enough information, so you were just like, huh?
Nah,
Yeah.
I still think my favorite one to use when I'm playing Grid is the Iron Maiden skin.
Oh yeah, I forgot there was an Iron Maiden skin.
Yeah, I forgot he had the Iron Maiden skin, honestly.
I think that just recently came out, didn't it?
No, it's old.
No, he got it the last time around.
Oh no, wait, Hunter's got an Iron Maiden skin. That's new.
Yeah, I just got
Bro,
the
the
Eddie skin.
100th Eddie skin is so fucking good.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, never mind. People were mad about
Got
the.
me. They got me.
Oh yeah, they are so mad how quiet it is. Like,
Yeah, they were mad about Springtrap too, and then they nerfed it. It's like, bitch. Let the killers have one thing that they can use.
yeah, like we kill it as hell.
I'm a survivor
Yeah,
slash
and-
killer, man, and honestly, I feel like survivors get treated way too fucking good sometimes.
No, they getting all the good shit. They have the best perk. They don't need to do shit for the perk mostly. Oh my
Oh,
Oh,
god.
now it's super dark.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Oh, it is dark as shit now.
Yeah, now it's like they turned gamma down to like 1.0.
I'm ready to die at this point. Because I hate this. I
Oh,
feel
last
like,
end's done.
I feel like the kid you played as a kid, Pajama Sam.
He got
Am I
some.
the only one who puts different
he
cosmetics
got
together
Wolfie,
to
he
show
got
off
Wolfie,
my
he got
playing
Wolfie.
age? I do a lot. Like with my Kate skin, I'll make specific outfits because I like the way they come out. But it really depends on the character and what I want for him. Oh my god, you got both of you?
Fake sound! Hate you!
Alright, well I'm going for whoever this is on hook.
Yeah, go get
Save
Wolfie.
people, save.
Wolfie, I'm gonna get you off hooks. Door, here's the door. It's over there.
You don't see me. You don't see me. You really don't see me.
I'm not sure where he's going to go to.
He's still there.
Go to the door, go to the door, go to the door. Fuck, why can't he? Who's she like that?
Bye, have a good time. I open the door.
Fuck, how long is it taking us to heal you? Go, 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 go. I can take a hit. Jesus sorry. I'm sorry. That one experience with him, now I'm good. It's gonna
Nah.
freak the fuck out of me.
His power is super scary.
Oh, it was insanity. Did not like the darkness. That made me spooky. Honestly, I kind of want to meet a knight in this game mode, see how that goes.
Oh yes.
I'm gonna play knight later. I never really played knight, so I thought
I wanna see Knight. I think it can be super strong, honestly.
Imagine being swept in
Especially when
cages.
he can just make someone chase and then be like surprise them.
Oh my god, remember when I put my model upside down with fucking different parts and fucking put the Nick Cage on my head? I was like a bat.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That shit was so funny. Dude, we did some funny shit with the Nick Cage back in the day.
Yep. I guess it was.
I miss all my old videos and VODs and shit. They're so dumb. I still have all the clips, so. But I have to look for them. I have really fucking funny clips of stupid shit I did back in the day.
I think after this one, I'm gonna take a break so I can make dinner.
Yeah.
Imagine making dinner. Lame ass bitch. This bitch and his food. Who said you're allowed to eat?
Yet I did.
The fuck? Kiwi.
I know I'm not.
Anyway.
How could this be any fun for anybody? It's certainly not fun for
It's
me.
another Jason.
Oh yeah, it's certainly not fun for me either, Nick Cage. Certainly not fun for me either. I'm sorry, Jason in this game mode is overpowered.
Oh yeah.
It's a damn fact. There's no ifs and buts about that. He's just broken overpowered. Cause you can't see them fucking spears coming, dude.
Nope.
And this fog just makes the map even darker.
Oh shit!
I heard that. I say, do you know what I mean?
The surprise spear.
He said, surprise, motherfucker. Curly fries, motherfucker. All right, motherfucker. Them thighs, motherfucker.
Me here. I like it.
Watching your silhouette make those funky animations from far away looks so bizarre to me. Not that actually look at your arms are dangling, your legs are dangling.
Hi. Hi there.
Then finished.
Nice. It kicked my gun. Oh no, I imagine kicking generators!
Oh shit!
Imagine kicking generators!
Hey, and
How
it
are you
getting
getting him down? Like, come fucking help him! What the fuck, bro?
I got jump scared by a spear, okay?
And the spear went through me, bitch! I got speared off of
That's crazy! I'm fucking done! Oh my god! It's gonna get to go cook dinner sooner than you thought. Well, that gen you were working on that got kicked is done now.
Yeah, it's gone now. You know,
Yeah,
I don't think I should
finished it.
save you this time.
Yeah, I got it. Alright, now run the other way.
Right.
There's no way he can spear you this time.
Oh!
Why would you move?
Run.
There, I took a hit. He's really tunneling you, isn't he?
Bro, why?
He really is tunneling in, bro. This is insane.
What did I do to you, bro?
He got me instead. You're good. Go heal.
You ain't
Why are you teabagging me? Bro!
Wait, teabagging you?
Yes! What the fuck is with the BM? Why are you BMing me? Why are you BMing? What the fuck did I do to you? Did I fuck your mom or something? Because I mean, if I did, I'll do it again. Don't test me.
I bet that he had a bad game, so need to take the frustration out.
Take your frustration out on your mom.
Jason,
Want it?
you don't need to act good, Jason. Jason, this event, you can be a fucking nobody.
Jason is a nobody. You're BMing on the hook in a game mode where we already got 3 gens done on you, and you're tunneling and camping. So fuck my guy.
Brother!
Okay, I don't know why the hell you were there, but that not hard enough. Yeah, I guess that fucking mom a little harder.
Yeah, hell. Yeah.
I can't believe he BM'd me. Like, what the
He
fuck,
did,
bro?
he did me too, right before he did the sophomore.
That's
I got
crazy.
BMs too. Bitch, Jason
Who
is
hurt you, sir? Who fucked your mom the wrong way? Word.
No, his mom.
She must have hurt him by fucking me, you
P20,
know?
He's a P25, Jason.
Oh, but fuck.
I can see why.
Worth it.
He has nothing better.
Thank
to
you,
do.
Wolf. You can teabag him now.
Well, I'll be back in a little while, I guess.
I'm going to take a little break after this one too.
Yeah, I might hop on some killer matches.
Yeah, I've been watching you kill him.
Or maybe I'll go find me some Iron Mouse. Ow, motherfucker, with the goddamn fucking Franklins. That shit is so irritating.
Is he still after you?
Yep.
I
You stopped chasing me? No, he's right there.
Wherever I kept saw is gone.
He got soft. Take that back, thank you. He got soft because I told him his mom's did it better. Shit, he found me! Oh, you're not gonna BM this time, bitch? Talking.
I mean, he's already too good for this game, honestly.
Does it better. Franklin's both perks allowed. Well, it's base kit Franklin's basically. Like,
Yeah.
you can hit somebody if they're holding an item and it makes you drop them, including the lantern. It's just base kit, basically.
You can't have to
Don't say me.
do that.
Don't say me. Don't say me. Do not think about myself.
Don't save her. She don't want to be saved.
Yeah, you don't want to be saved.
Kind of pointless. Bro, stop fucking BMing, you weirdo.
I don't like this. I'm all alone.
I need to ask you. Fuck.
I mean, I can't know what I'm gonna do to this man anyway. I'm gonna abandon the game so he get there to kill a bot. Enjoy killing a bot.
I said, bro, what you mad about? Did I diddle your mom too hard?
Yeah, that man definitely. Well, I'll be back soon. I'm gonna watch you play Killer though.
Because I'll diddle her again.
That's right, my friend. Over here, quick.
Oh, man. I mean, it would only be like 2 people because everybody else is bouncing.
Wait,
so
is it
Sal's gonna run killer
actually?
through.
Oh man.
He's a console player. What else is new? And I've been craving some killer games. want to commit murder.
Why do you come?
All right, pick my killer.
Sinnoh
Pick my
5
killer.
added 4 new divine
Okay.
ropes.
Okay.
Why heck with you?
What's that? Okay, I'll play Knight first. I'll play Egg.
Get my rematch. Sure. Whenever you're ready for a rematch.
Well, you're all hitting off, so how does people want to see a rematch now?
I mean,
Well,
I like Knight, but I don't play.
I'm going off to
4 minutes.
worries.
I'll play one match of that. Match
No
random.
worries.
have a good one and see ya.
No,
You too, man.
I've never played Knight, so this is probably gonna be bad. I'm gonna be so honest.
Knight is that difficult though.
You say, knowing damn well that I've never played this character, so I probably have no idea what the powers are and how to use them.
You basically have 3 different powers. You have a chaser, a defender, and someone who is good at breaking your balance.
And which one's which?
The brute is good for breaking pallets. The assassin is good for chasing, and the third one is
The one
good
with the
for
poker?
scouting.
So I
What
must
the
take
fuck
it.
skin is that? Jesus Christ, hello, ma'am. I ain't never seen that key skin before. I like it. I see it. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'll probably fail, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. And
I mean,
after you hook someone, walk away and then use the power to walk around the hook for a bit.
Don't you have to, like, aim the power, though? I think that's where it's going to be a pain in the ass for me.
You can switch between each one, by the way, too.
Well, that much I know. I don't know why these guys took forever. That Jason's mom totally got diddled. I'll diddle her again. I can't stand people who do that shit. Like, nobody's BMing you. Why are you BMing us? Like, that just shows you're immature as fuck. Well, fuck with that. Am I tripping? Or did I see something? I don't trust this shit. Every direction, pain. Pyramid head, fuck!
We're gonna stand up and we're gonna keep going back to the toy store. You can't take them from us.
The fuck are you talking about, sir? You keep your pillars to yourself, sir. Why am I getting bullied? What did I do to deserve this shit? I'm gonna try to play without issue. Alright. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, mate.
I got a map.
Oh no, drop it. You don't want to be a map.
Idiot. Shut your ass up. I said I got a map, not I am a map. There's a difference. Okay, so far he's only hit me. Oh no, he's after Leon now.
He likes you a lot, man.
Oh my god, get the fuck away from me, bro. I think you're not supposed to kill her from me, bro. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Or these randoms. I never trust randoms.
Woman! I poke you in the back and you fucking miss a skill check? Thanks.
Jump scare mode.
Yeah. Oh. Enjoy that. Ain't no way. There's no way he knows. Bitch, you were chasing Leon. Why don't you go back and chase Leon? You over here for? Fucking Thug Nasty. You know he's a bad player. His name is Thug Nasty. What's up, Kate? How you doing, girl? That goofy ass hair. Yeah, don't help me or nothing. These fucking lanterns, man. I don't need no more. In the middle of the night, where the fuck did Leon go? Leon! Fuck are you, Leon? No, seriously, where the fuck did he go? Whatever, I give up. I ain't looking for you no more. You stay injured, bitch. Where the fuck did she get changed at? Oh, I see her. Well, fuck. What? I see nothing. I just have me mistaken for another Nick Cage. Shit, I don't know what's going on. I don't see nothing. No. Fuck me. Okay, so I guess nobody's saving her. Bro, are you blind? Did you not see me? Apparently not. Why did you get caged on the other fucking side of the map, though? Holy shit. No, let's take 2v8, buddy. You can't all three heal her. Whatever, I'm working on doing. What the fuck? Well, that was stupid. Alright, bye, John. What was that? Didn't tell the man was blind or what? Jesus Christ, well, she's well, she's dead too. Bro is blind as shit. Ain't no way. Last gen. I'm cooked. Well, I'm pretty much dead anyway. I'll save this. Run, fool.
I'll stand up again. I'll walk. I'll scare the fuck out of you, killer. I'm Nick fucking King!
Nick fucking Cage! I don't remember these voice lines, man.
Hey, you still not over?
No! They're all the same game, bro. Ridiculous. This is I just wait for the killer matches because God for sakes, these fucking things take forever.
You just wanted to
No,
play
run!
and you suck at this game.
Negotiations were made. Don't I speak tongues? I speak the tongue of the eldritch. I can talk to anyone. Movie star makes agreement with killer. Makes it out alive. Don't ask me why I'm doing this. I don't even fucking know anymore.
Is this still chasing you?
No. You didn't hear me? We made negotiations.
What? His friend dies.
I pointed, nodded, and fucking crouched, and he fucking killed the other guy and decided to let me go, I guess. Or he's gonna kill me eventually. I don't fucking know, one or the other. Currently looking for Hatch. I told you, I can do anything if I put my mind to it. That's what natural charm gets to you. Out of any situation. Well, the game's just telling me to abandon. But I don't wanna. Well, we found it. What the fuck is that? Look at how he's holding that shit. Like, hello? Nick, I don't think you hold engines that way,
On that boy, just keep running.
Here comes the boy. Finally. I just wanted to get to my killer game, bro. Jesus Louises. GG. I'm fucking gold 3. I hate it. I don't deserve that gold 3. We ready. Fucking 4 minutes later. You're fucking 20 minutes later. I finally get to a 4-minute wait time match. Crazy, what I tell you, crazy. Do I have any night skins? Bitch. Oh, I do. Ooh, I like that one. I'm gonna be the Pumpkin King. It's me, Jack, the Pumpkin King. You ready for this? I'm not. I'm going to get so fucking bullied. It's gonna be bully, 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 bully. Watch. Ooh, he's got 3 hits. I like it. Okay, so that's the jailer. That's the carnifex. So how do I summon that? L2? Nope, that's wrong button. Oh, okay, I can like guide it. Alright. You found somebody. Wait, when'd you get injured? Okay. Works for me. Okay, now who do I summon to put here? The jailer, right? Motherfucker. Dude, they're just gen rushing the fuck out of me right now. Good job. Proud of you. Good job again for trying. Found him. Okay. There's one still on the ground bleeding out. He was on second hook. That's crazy. Fucking gen. They pretty much got me fucked at this point. What the fuck did I miss? Nice. Job. Well, guess I'll have to take the 1K. Wait, there's someone else here. Oh, found her. Yeah, I'm not good with night. Oh well.
I do like your night skin though.
Yeah, I don't know where I got this from. That's when Halloween event or something. No clue where to put what. Well, at least one of them were chill. All right. Wolfie's still here? No, because pretty sure you went to bed. So. We'll heck for you. All right. I don't think I did that good with Unreal either. You know, Legion do get a lot of information from this. Fuck it, let's do Legion. It's Hunk! It's Hunk! See, nobody can look at this outfit and then look at the Resident Evil 9 guy that fucking Leon was fighting and tell me that motherfucker was not Hunk. I'm totally Hunk, man. We all know it was.
Oh yeah, I forgot that Hank was in Resident Evil 9.
Yeah. Hunk was the man. You learned about Hunk's story about in Raccoon City Chronicles. A game, or no, my bad, not Raccoon City Chronicles, Operation Raccoon City. But that game is no longer playable because, you know, it was kind of a flop. But I remember playing with my friend Mike back in the day. I mean, him played through the entire game all the way to the end. Where you had to make the choice of you're gonna help Leon and Claire escape and fight your own team or fucking join forces and kill them. I chose to save Leon and Claire. That fight my teammates.
Yeah, I never really played that much of it. I played a little bit and I was like, yeah, fuck this shit.
It was good. There was a lot of tyrant fights. Like, there was like 3 fucking tyrant fights. They were fucking hard.
Oh yeah.
Like
but that game you needed a friend to play with or 2 or 3.
4.
3 in order to make it fun. Yeah, in order to make it fun.
The multiplayer was alright. Like the battle mode was alright, but yeah, it's a lot to be desired. Yeah, it's what happens up in Hunt though, so I guess we're playing Hunt.
Yeah.
Why you take forever? 4 minutes too long. Give me 10 seconds like last time, motherfucker. Or maybe we'll watch Goblin Slayer. I'll watch Goblin Slayer. Ouch. The man that you know what else is hard? My skull probably over prehistoric. Stupid. You dumb. You ever hit your head against the wall hard enough? That's We'll see how bad this ends up being. What do you think with the information from Legion I would be able to fucking 4K? We'll see. Watch me get fucking my ass handed.
I believe in your 4K.
You don't believe in me. I got a 1K last game, so at least I wasn't a complete failure.
Yep.
He goes muted or something. Or he's far away. It looks like his avatar's talking, but he's not. Which is weird. No, I stole my brain. Dr. Snow?
Any Dr. Stone fans over here?
There better be all Dr. Snow fans. Come on, give me information. No information. You don't like that. So Jen's getting done on my face. Or not. How did I miss that? What? Look at myself. Perfectly good swing, and I fucking missed. There we go. Now I see you. Where am I going, bro? Surprise, motherfuckers! Nope. They're gonna pop a gem on me. Watch. Bitch, you really came back for that gem, huh?
I love to
sit your bitch ass down.
Back to the same again over and over and over.
I'll make it up for it. How about that? And basement? Hell yeah.
Spoon can loop. Love that name.
Marina is dying. You right about that? You are. Fucking roll locations suck ass.
Yes, you wanted a good canny. Yeah.
I hate this 20% regression bullshit.
Yep.
What? They can't metered me? Fuck it.
Wait, you don't get information in your power?
No.
Wow. Legion seems kind of pointless.
You only get information from your power if you hit them. But otherwise, I'm pretty much fucked.
So Legion is not someone you wanna play on the...
No, he's pretty much useless at this point.
Yeah.
So like, unless I find somebody, hit them off hook, or hit them with frenzy, and then use the power to fucking, yeah, pretty much cooked. And I got all the guns done already, so fucking wasting my time.
Oh, well, yeah, well,
We're really doing this shit, bro. All right, bet. Sure, that's motherfucker. I'll keep her, thanks. Ain't no fucking way, bro. You can't let me have one?
And no.
Fuck you.
Good DC.
Game's already over, so I abandoned. Technically in a DC, but I abandoned at the end because they fucking literally fucking just, yeah, it's stupid. Our fucking whole power makes no sense.
That's true.
It's a waste of my fucking energy to play. I'm just gonna sit there and fucking get fucking flash. Hey, how do they all have flashlights? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I bet they got
This game mode barely gives you flashlight. No, there's no way all four of them had flashlights, bro.
Yeah.
They all got flashlights from chests? I don't think that, no. All those chests are random. That was fucking, no. Something's fishy with that shit, bro. There's no way you're telling me they all found flashlights. The fuck out of here. Ain't no goddamn way on God's green earth. How many times I checked the chest? The only thing I found was a map or a fucking med kit or a bunch of lanterns. I did not find no fucking like 5 flashlights in a row. Tell me that shit don't seem fishy.
Oh yeah, it does.
All right then. They were cheating, clearly. There's no way everybody had a flashlight. The fuck out of here. I can smell cheating from a mile away, bro. That's cheating. So man, I have like no cosmetics so big. Like, yeah, you had to wait 4 minutes just to get fucking bullied by a fucking bunch of flashlight users, which, sure, for some reason, they shouldn't have flashlights in the lights out mode, but okay. Makes no fucking sense, but okay. Okay, sure. If you say so. Well, I played Survivor on this game mode for like 2 days straight. I found one flashlight. There is no freaking way that odds would be in favor that everyone would get a flashlight. That makes absolutely no sense. Do with that as you will. Because I've literally seen the odds, and the odds of getting a flashlight are very rare. So make that make sense.
I'll with you on that one. That's very rare. know it.
No, they all had flashlights. All three of them had flashlights. It doesn't matter. Legion's fucking ability is useless in lights out anyway because you don't see shit. And yeah, they couldn't just let me have my one kill. But whatever. It is what it is. This game just further and further makes it harder and harder for killers people who actually play killer once in a blue moon to actually enjoy the game because they just baby hold every survivor in the game. I'm a survivor main, and even I feel baby held 24/7, and I fucking hate it. I just want to go back to the game where I actually had to use my skill to win, not being baby held with getting fucking free flashlights all the fucking time. Or 20% extra progression on the fucking gens for no reason in a lights out mode. Why? Like, make that shit make sense. Why do they need 20% progression when they gen rush like crazy anyway? It makes no sense. I don't even want that. I'm a survivor main and I don't even want that. I don't want my hand held in the game. I want to play the game and enjoy the game. And actually feel like I did something with skill. Not that someone held my hand like I'm a fucking 2-year-old and showed me how to play the game right. Like, the fuck out of here. I played DVD for like 8 years. Never have I ever felt handheld until now. And it's getting to a point where it doesn't make me want to play. It doesn't want to play. It definitely doesn't make me want to play killer. Like, killer anxiety is just, it's real. And it's really turning all of us off to wanting to play killer because every other game is just, oh, you get a squad that's, they're all right. Or they play nice. Or then you get a squad that just bullies the fuck out of you. So, it is what it is.
The kill anxiety or they make tons of kills.
And 3 of them had flashlights, I would know, because they all tried to flash me at the same time. So, still trying to figure out how the fuck they all got flashlights, but whatever. GG's. It's still annoying when you're trying to fucking get one kill because you brought a shitty killer that you fucking suck, that sucks and power sucks, and you can't get one kill because they want to be a fucking dick. You're not booping my snoot. I don't know what the hell you thought was gonna happen there. Oh, hold on. Since you know everybody likes to gen progress. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Because now I'm not gonna have time to put it on you. Put it on the hook. I just think it's annoying, like, that they keep baby holding these people. Like, I'm a survivor main. I don't want to be handheld. I want to play the game. I want to enjoy the game. I want to be able to know that I fucking win based off skill, not because the game put out another fucking patch that makes everything easier for survivors. Like, how is that making the game fun for us? It's just not. I think plenty of other survivors can agree with me that, yeah, it's not fun that way.
Especially when every event becomes easier.
Yeah, every event's like fucking easier or more fucking this person based or that person based. Like, how many times has fucking 2v8 been survivor based and killer based and survivor based and killer based? It's like, what's it gonna be next time? Survivor based again? Like, that makes no sense.
The 2v8 is super survivor sided.
Exactly. Alright. What do you want? No! No! Okay, fine. You can live. But the rest get to die. I can be fair when I want to be. No, he didn't go that way. He's still up there? Okay, buddy.
Ah!
Now you get... Where's my trap button? There it is. Is that Leon? Probably. There. Now you get a trap. See, I just like, Legion sucks. Pig is just broken strong.
Oh yeah. The extra time for them to need to do the thinking trapping is helpful is super.
Oh, he fucking... Oh, you know what? I'll give you that. That was slick. You got me with that one. He's a slick little boy. Fucking missed. Did not plan that out right. Made you look. Oh fuck! I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I got cocky. I fucked up. I got you cocky and I fucked up. Done fucked up big
you
time.
playing Piggy?
Yeah. Ah, that would have been perfect if I fucking got around all the way. What the fuck did he go? There you go. Ah! You're not that slick, homie. I don't know why you're trying to be.
Every Leon thing is like...
Yeah, they really do. I fucked that up again. Oh, he took the window like an idiot! Fuck, I missed! How the fuck did I miss? Why am I bad? Am I just fucking psyched out at this point? Get out of my way, Kate. You're driving me nuts. Now! You keep that trap on your head. Now you go in basement. Because Leon's being a bitch. Leon get what he deserves.
I got this. I believe in myself.
Make me question the DVD random drop rates. Yeah, no. All right, Nico, riddle me this, okay? You're playing lights out. You're the killer. You're running survivors. Whatever. But you can't find nobody because you know everybody's fucking generous in you. Is it not normal for in a game mode where most of the items that you get from chests is usually just lanterns for not one, not two, but 3 survivors to have fucking flashlights? All at once?
Oh! That does seem really strange.
Yeah. Does it? Like, I get the 2 people are in a duo, that's fine. But the other 2 people cannot be accounted for. There's no guarantee they weren't cheating. Or somehow have, like, increased drop rate somehow or some shit. Like, I don't understand how they would, but... This doesn't make no sense to me.
Science is confident that SpaceX rocket crashed into the moon.
I hate you. You're getting a trap on your head.
The rocket that Grandpa watched take off this morning? They said it crashed into the moon.
Wait, really?
Company?
Yep, SpaceX.
It was the Medusa. They're here. They're gonna turn us all to stone. I can't find a fucking hook. This is retarded.
The SpaceX rocket likely slammed into the moon at 5,400 miles per hour.
Were there
or
people on board it?
7 times the speed of sound.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I've heard of shooting for the moon, but goddamn, you don't gotta take it literally.
To the moon! I don't know why you thought that was gonna work on me. You goofy ass goober. Also, you're still holding the lantern. I can see your location at every point. You are dumb. Use your brains. Or lack thereof. Lack thereof. There you go. I know I did not just hear a flashlight. If I hear a flashlight, you're getting fucked. That's all I'm gonna say to you, fam. Don't piss me off. I've had enough flashlights for one day.
Never piss friend off me.
Why? Because then I lose. Like that. I'm just playing like shit. I don't think I meant to be killer today.
Yeah, I'm going off to bed anyway.
Killer anxiety's hitting me pretty hard.
I'll probably be playing more tomorrow. My big job today.
This kind of shit made me want to go play Fortnite. Just saying.
Yeah, I wish you best of luck.
Yeah, get out of here. Goodbye.
Yeah.
I need fucking 20-minute fucking goodbyes. Jesus Christ. God, she takes fucking 20 minutes like he's fucking talking to his girlfriend. Like, I'm not your girlfriend, boy. The fuck out of here. If you're going off, go off. Jesus. That is Q. Q does the same shit. Bitch, why are you still here? Just to suffer? OV, where you going, homie? I'm just fucking chasing her. Alright. Yeah, that 60 seconds runs out real quick, doesn't it? Hook, hello? Look, you're right there, bro. No. Your friends play too much. Now you're gonna get bullied. Plus, you haven't been on second look yet anyway. Kate can leave. Everyone else wants to die. Especially fucking Leon. That bitch's gonna get it. Pickle. Move! I will hurt you. Told you I'd hurt you. Don't tell me what to do. Now your friends can pick you up. Disrespectful ass. Now, that was a couple of goobers. Where would I be hiding? Well, seeing as I haven't healed yet. No, not the brightest crayons in the books. Ow. Make that shit make sense, yo. How was this man working on that agenda that whole time? You know what? Never mind. Who cares? Because either way, she's got to get that trap over her. She's dead. Ah, she died!
Oh, the trap go pop.
Yeah, she tried to leave. She tried to fucking get out, or she did get the trap overhead in time. Oh, that's crazy. Oh yeah. Yoink. Yeah. Struggle. I'll give her a fucking chance. It's the Leon I want anyway. Oh, hey, Leon. Okay, you want to go out the door with Leon? Go for it. There you go. Can I not open it? Am I pressing the wrong button? There we go. Oh, no. You're not leaving. Kate can leave. You're dead. You bitch. He funny. He thought he was leaving. He thought he was people. You funny. You're not people. You're dead.
Let's see if she tries to get out.
I can't deny pretty Kate. I gotta let her go. But she was nice to me. She let me do. The rest did not. I know. She should get it off, maybe. Come on. You can do it. No! Come on, we got to the next one, quick!
I was gonna say, while you're in chase,
Tanuki.
It pauses.
Oh yeah, shit, where'd you go? Sorry, I was distracted ADHD, bro. Well, fuck, I lost her. Wait, I hear her. Where are you? I swear I just heard her.
It's crazy big can't see the traps. It's so stupid.
Yeah, and Legion can't see them fucking oars either. It's so stupid.
Well, no, that was part of Pig's.
Oh, she got the trap off.
Ago.
Oh, is it? Oh, the hatch is right here. Did she get out? Is she gonna get out? Right here. Hell yeah! See, we're nice sometimes.
Open the door and still game hatch.
Aw, they left. Dude, this is the first time I've been eating fucking bronze 4 with a killer, and it's crazy. Why are they all fucking console, bro?
I have that problem every time I play killer, dude.
All fucking console now. It's like they switch everything to console. Are you getting on? Like,
I never got off.
Oh, okay. I'm getting annoyed.
Oh yeah, but going back to the concerts thing, you were like, oh, you've been to too many. I've got 2 more planned just for this.
Bro, I haven't gone anywhere in like 6 months. Actually, no, that's a lie.
Yeah.
I went to a barbecue last week on Saturday at my brother's house. Then I'm going to another barbecue next Saturday at fucking Richie and Martha's. It's Martha's birthday. I might be going to see Spider-Man Brand New Day on Tuesday with TJ. I don't know yet. Haven't confirmed or denied if I'm doing this yet or not. I'm broke, so you got a paper ticket. And then I think a couple weeks ago I went to see what did I go see? I went to see Scary Movie 6. And I went to see something else kind of oh, Backrooms.
Yeah.
My birthday.
In like a week and a half or so, I'm seeing Avenged Sevenfold in Charlotte.
See that, I'd be jealous.
And then
like
on the
Charlotte.
24th, I'm seeing Rob Zombie and Marilyn Manson.
I'm inviting Devil. She never fucking responds, but
Bro,
I'm
she
inviting her.
never fucking, like, very rarely.
I know. A little shit. I miss her ass.
I'm gonna send an invite to.
I haven't talked to her in ages. I haven't talked to Star in ages either.
Bro,
Lame
no,
ass.
she messaged me a couple weeks ago asking something about, I think if I knew what you used for your VTube model. Oh, here it is. She asked if you used Mannequin to make your VTube models.
No idea what that even is.
And I was like, I don't know what he uses, but I can send you an invite to the Discord and you can ask him like what he uses. She was like, oh no, you probably wouldn't even know who it's me. I'm like,
how would I not know it's her? Duh.
I'm like, she would know.
I would know, but duh. What do you mean? No, if she's talking about my 3D models, that's VTube Studio. Or not VTube Studio, VRoid Studio. But for 2D models, I don't use any of that shit. I just use a pre-made model. This is the Prism model from fucking... A VGen person had to customize the one. I just customized it the way I like it. My friend made me art yesterday of my new model, or this model, and then she posted it on Twitter, and I was like, "Now draw her pregnant." And she's like, "Don't tempt me," and I'm like, "I'm tempted." And she drew her pregnant. That's great. Oh, and yet again, I find myself on Rule 34. Don't ask me why. New anime discovered. Crush discovered. Need Pornhub. Lonely bitch. Boom, and pregnant and drawing. Yep, exactly what happens here. Like literally 2 seconds later, she posted on Twitter, pregnant. I'm like, damn, that's quick. That would be my second pregnant art that I've gotten.
Yeah, who needs Pornhub when you got Twitter?
Exactly. Nah, 'cause all those fucking posts on Twitter are just fucking gross.
No, dude, they're posting Pornhub videos on Twitter.
Really? That's crazy.
Full fucking pornos on Twitter.
That's crazy. I should start posting hentai on Twitter. Maybe I'll get a bunch of likes and follows.
Go for it.
Be the
There ain't
hentai
fucking
guy.
rules.
I mean, right?
Bro,
I'll get shadow bans
Why did...
for like a
Bro, we
week.
need to switch up the maps, dude. What the fuck?
It's always the same formats. It's fucking annoying. Like, at least give us a fucking Hawkins. Like, I hate Hawkins. Oh, I hear twins.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've had this.
Okay, one flashlight, okay? First flashlight I've collected. Let's see how many more we find.
Bro, I don't know. Every time I go to a chest, it's a fucking lantern.
And even if it's fucking... Even if there was 3 flashlights in that game, why did you abuse the fuck out of them for one person? Like, let me have one kill, bro. Like, think of the killer. Think of the killer. He needs love too, you know.
Kick the baby.
Did you kick the baby? You kicked the baby.
I did. I kicked the baby. Which means fucking...
Pleased. Oh wait, I forgot we're not allowed to call it a baby anymore. Oh, she's on me. Fuck, and there goes my flashlight. She give a fuck about me? Bro, how's she so quick? Damn.
Hold on. Let's talk about this.
Yeah, let's talk about this, please. Thank you. How does you kick the baby? I'm the one who gets bullied.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
I don't know either. What the fuck? You kick the baby and I get fucking beat up. What the fuck? Sounds like a skill issue, I guess. Team's up forward.
I owe you one. No.
They got me that time.
Correction. I owe
But
you more.
Jen and Maine is like
get
damn
out.
near done.
I'm getting healed. Where we gonna do it?
Where we going? Where's we going?
Where did we come from? Where did we go? Where did we come from? Not
Oh, I feel like I almost had to wiggle there too. Oh, she's going to kick it.
kick it. Burr, burr, burr. Oh, mom,
You're
you're
about to run
just
right
jealous.
into
It's
it,
the
I think.
Beastie Boys. Burr, 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 burr. You gotta fight. Oh, you're right. To party.
I was gonna say my camp meter's going up, so she's still here.
Yeah, she lives over there. But she's in victor mode, so. You gotta fight. For life. I fear a baby is coming. Oh shit! I was right. Yo, someone clip that. That timing was perfection, bro. Shit! I thought you were gonna run away. Oh shit! Man, I'm down. Wanna hold hands? What? Fuck you! Come again! Fuck you! Fuck you! As Q would say. Fuck you! So good though. I fear a victor is coming. In a lucky window. Bruh. Oh yeah, I think did I clip that? I think I clipped that.
Yep.
Yeah, I clipped it to TikTok. That shit was hilarious. He knew it was on the ground. He did just fuck with it. I'm gonna get third hooked. I'm gonna get third hooked. How much you wanna fucking bet? I'm gonna get third hooked. Oh, look, a toolbox. Wow! We got a toolbox. Wow! There you go. Thank you very much.
There's fireflies.
10 million fireflies. You carried my dead corpse into the sky. But I know where several are. I keep that in a jar and then
Oh fuck!
eat my flesh when I start to decay.
Oh, brother!
Brother in Christ, I'm gonna fucking die.
You're gonna have to get off that jet, dude.
I can see that. I hear scratching in the walls. I fear Victor and his horde are coming for me.
You're coming.
Well, I'm dead.
Come on, Quans.
Taekwondo! Use your taekwondo and kick the baby! Well, you know what? I'm just gonna accept my fucking fate. We're both dead anyway. Or, I don't know, healed one of you. Or healed you the rest of the way. You're probably all done. So I saved him from Hook. So he can let us die. Ain't that the shit? Well, GG next. Fuck you guys. Decided to have much.
She'll like finish making her food and she'll join.
Ooh. Star?
No.
What are you talking about?
Who were we just talking about before we went to that game?
Q? Oh, whoa! Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. We need the wolf. Does that mean we gotta go to your Discord? I'll make sure the mic. I don't want to carry that. Whee! Fat whale. Fat whale. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when it comes for you?
Wait, what? Okay. Why is it not letting me? Fetching your friends list and fucking fetch it.
Fetch it faster.
Why is it not actually giving me an invite link? What the fuck? Alright, might just be easier to move to mine then, because it's being dumb, not letting me generate an invite.
Alright.
I mean, we don't have to right now, she's making some food. So I guess we'll do one more. I'm probably gonna die first again. Seems to be the way.
Yeah, about right.
Something tells me that Steve doesn't like CTVs. Oh, here we go. Hey, let me do it from my phone. That was dumb. I couldn't send an invite from my PC, but I could send an invite from my phone.
Oh.
Come on, Rick. We're waiting on you, dude. This is why nobody likes you.
This particular fog.
Oh, right. Clam slam that shit. Clam slam that shit.
So that I can rapid fire the lantern and teabag at the same time. We're partying over here.
I gotta follow. I gotta follow.
I'm twerking.
GG, Stockfla. Were you the killer or the survivor? You were the killer, GG's.
Yeah, Rick, eat that ass.
Okay, yeah, GG to you. No
big
GG
ass.
to the other two. Good, let's die.
Eat that big
Oh my god, I'm
ass.
twerking. I'm twerking. Look, I'm twerking.
Oh no, there is a
Hey.
thing. There is a thing where if you like go into the corner, I think you can only do it as A's, but you have to have like nothing in your hand, and you can make it look like you're like jerking off in the corner. But I don't think you can do it with a controller. I think you have to do it on keyboard because you have to be able to spam.
Oh, you mean like
the
that?
remote.
No, I got it. You see it?
No, because somebody's alredy uploaded, so I'm gonna go try and get a save.
Ah, we'll go look at the clip. Somebody clip it. Somebody clip it.
Hi, Steve.
Twerk, 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 twerk. Also, GG's. I don't know if I said GG's, but GG's. Yeah, you got us pretty good there. I wasn't expecting the twins, let alone a good set of twins. Also wasn't expecting our teammates to just, like, get saved. And, oh, buddy. Ah, fuck me. What the fuck? You missed, bitch. This is with that bullshit. This is with that bullshit. Fuck me. This is with that bullshit. I want to twerk for you, Death Slinger. Why you gonna do this to me? Let me twerk for you. Why are you BMing me? What the fuck did I do? Why does every killer want to BM me tonight? What the fuck did I do to them? Whose mother did I fuck? Like, seriously. How many children does she have? Holy shit. Damn, sling that ass no more. Word. I'm going back and get my lantern. I want to twerk. I'm gonna die. At least let me twerk. What's your right one? Twerking for you, look! I'm twerking for you! You dick. There, you don't have to die first. It'll be me this time. Send me to God. I hate this world. They're coming, run!
Well, that was some bullshit.
It's just fucking working. Wow, you're no fucking fun, bro, you loser. Fuck you. I think this is super fun. This guy's not fun.
Oh god, I was almost there!
Hey, yo, that's what she said. Dude, we just pulled a get over here move. Yes, he did. That's what he's good at. Yeah, we get abandoned. Let's go. Bye. If you're not gonna play fun, I'm not gonna stick around. Fuck you.
Okay, I
Sure
messed
won't
up
be right by now.
somewhere along the way. How do I get out of this hell hole?
You don't. That's the fun part. You don't. My cock's hard. You really stick around. Oh my god, I'm being licked. Lick, 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 lick. Like strobe light. Boom, 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 boom. Cowlick. Boom, 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 boom. That's distracting. Good. Bum, 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 bum. Shit, this might be probably I'm done one more. Sounds pretty quick. He pulled the get over here. I was like, yeah, what? No one will twerk, man. Let me twerk. Let me twerk, get work, get. I'm gonna work it. Now we switching to Michaela. That's crazy.
Alright. Tenderfoot's got 5 minutes to play another one.
Alright. Summer days, celebrate, yeah. Fucking done. Ready to fuck up, you whatever the fuck you even are. We're not open. Like, why is there gonna be one person that doesn't ready up? Like, you got to the lobby to play the game. Ready the fuck up. They should really make a kick button for people to take too long. Like a vote to kick.
Yeah.
Especially with a killer too.
Instead of the auto ready, they should just boot you from the lobby so you don't have to deal with somebody who's potentially AFK.
Exactly. Especially the killer's AFK. It's like, bro, I'm gonna kick her for no fucking reason. Gen
Like
rush them,
any
and
other
then they're gonna be
game
mad.
Like any other game mode that you have to like accept the match would kick you if you don't in time.
Yep. Or if you go AFK like right at the beginning, kicks you so
Oh, it's
the
a
rest of
pick.
the players can find somebody else.
It's a piggy.
Oh shit, I can twerk with her too. Let's go. Not as much, but a little bit. I don't want to sell shit out of my hands.
Here, piggy, 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 piggy.
Oh my god, we're doing the lantern.
Here, piggy, 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 piggy.
She'll come. They can never resist the call of fucking me standing in front of a generator. What did I tell you? They can never resist the call of me going to a generator. A fucking bitch. Every fucking time. It's an Amanda, by the way. Amanda, please. Michaela, she's right there.
I know.
Can I turn a boot? Back her in the corner, back her in the corner. Yeah, let's go!
I mean, you're not the piggy, but
Close enough. Ow, she broke my head.
Yay, party hat.
Woo!
I got
Party So your party have for quick?
Oh, bro, she just walked right through our power. I was hoping she was going to put it down and get party hat.
I guess we can just... You fuckers.
What she got this time?
Yeah.
Even if God, it's big. Good job.
Boy, girl, put that goddamn lantern away. Where am I going? I ain't moving the damn trap away. Nothing else is relevant at this moment in time.
You didn't want to stick around and give me a heal? Yep,
Me?
The lantern.
No. I was gonna say I would love to, but I have to use the trap on Don't ask the factory. Hell shit. One down, 3 to go. 4 to go. Well, they said it was on a normal timer.
Well,
Oh, I got it off. Let's go. That's what she said.
I want one and I'm gonna leave it on. Oh, heck no. Could you like
Now that I've done it, you're fucked up the generator, sure.
stick your head right in there and I'll come back. No, Yep.
Give me all that cooch. That coochie. Coochie.
No. How on pretty at? You might want to rest. Oh. Yay, I get party hat.
I had another party hat. Another one. These guys are probably like, how the fuck did they both get down there? Basically.
Oh, she walked through the pallet again.
Jesus. Really?
Oh, brother.
Why do I get bullied? Every time I try to kill her, I get bullied for it. What the fuck?
Yeah, Piggy, I need you to stay right by me. No, come back. Oh, this ain't good.
Tell me about it.
Renato, save me. Oh, brother! Oh, I was gonna...
You
Renato.
jack off. Well, on the right side, you can abandon.
I don't wanna, I want my head to go.
Me too, but she won't let us. She's being a bully. Congratulations. Is he Iron Man Sprite? Iron Man Sprite. Why do I have to die without getting my head popped? I would've gave you the fucking head pop, you bitch! You're a bitch.
it's not hard right now, I cop. You know why? Because you.
Why do we go here? Are my traps active? How?
Because the idiot turned on the gen again. Going into the pig. Why was the point in that? He's just gonna sit down again.
Catch me.
The pig literally solved this.
Ah!
That was stupid.
I don't know how I wasn't one tapping though.
I don't know. I can't even tell you if you're actually progressing or not because of the fucking inability to see the bar. It's kind of stupid. Jesus. Like, I get it's lights out, but come on, you can't give me any information at all. That's where you take away the killer's ability to fucking see information with his power. Fuck. But then you let Jason keep his power. Makes no sense.
Well, no, I mean, for a while now, the pig has not been able to see the box.
No, I'm talking about Legion though. Like you cannot see the fucking thing around the people when you're fucking in frenzy unless you've already hit one. Usually you can see them before you get close. Yeah. And then even when you do see it, you only see it for like a brief second, and like you don't see it like after that, like it's gone so quick. And in the dark, you can't really fucking tell what's even going on. So it's like you're barely getting any information. It's stupid. I never can get a Legion anyway, so whatever. That 3 flashlight bullshit pissed me off. Save the trade. I'm about to go cook my dinner. Is that cooked yet? It's like what? 7:40? Probably get off in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Like half hour, 45 minutes. I'm gonna start my chicken. Should be done by then.
Stop winning!
Woo!
I can't stop winning!
Oh, okay.
Congratulations. She's weird. Shit.
Alright, since you didn't get the invite, so she's gonna restart her game.
Okay. Hydrate. I'd rather dihydrate. Okay, we're not doing that a billion times. I hydrated. Now I have to pee. I'm dead.
Right.
I'm officially smarter than the
Oh,
server.
that's better? Oh. He just went to the bathroom. He'll be right back.
No, you're fine. Yeah, when I first joined, it didn't tell me I needed to verify my email, so I was like, hold on.
Oh.
Let me see if I go to voice chat on my phone and make it join from PS5, and the moment I clicked on the chat on my phone, it was like, hey, verify this and confirm the rules. Oh shit, okay.
I so want that. Oh, but do I want it in red instead? That looks fucking dope.
And that's the end of that episode. Not really. No, wait, I have a tome to do.
Oh.
I need to be... Where'd she go? Yeah, my current tome is to escape a trial as Kate while I'm on Death Hook.
Hello.
Well, hi, Batch. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Been a long time no see.
I'm good. It has been a very long time.
Yeah, I keep inviting you. You don't answer.
Look,
You
I'm
bum.
not
I
gonna
get
lie.
it.
Yeah, I kind of literally just stopped talking to everyone for quite a while, and
Girl,
then have
Sam.
slowly started talking to everyone again.
Girl, Sam.
Don't blame me.
Ask Nico. He can barely talk outside. I mean, him were best friends for like 20 years.
Exactly.
That's
I mean,
okay.
That's just how them friendships work, bro.
Yeah,
I don't need to know what you're doing every fucking waking
exactly.
minute
I
of
don't
every
need to
day.
be with you every freaking day to know you're chill and having fun and living your life.
Oh, I was living my best life last night.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've been busy as fuck with working all the time too, so stream when I can.
I feel that a lot.
I work and go to concerts. That's all I've been
No
doing.
job, so I got the monies, so I go and do stuff and blah blah blah. And then, you know, on weekends sometimes I go out and have social life. I know it's crazy, right? Me a social life?
Oh,
Nah.
now that my chat is actually working instead of just being a damn hoe bag.
You has a chat? Oh, you're talking about my chat.
No, your chat.
I was like, wait,
Yeah,
we start
no,
streaming again.
Been thinking about it for a while and need to, but not gonna lie, with how long it had been since you and me talked, I was like, I have a question for him, but I awkward.
Oh, you were the one who was asking about the VTuber thing.
I was.
Yeah, for my 3D models, I use VWord Studio, and then for the 2D models, I usually just buy one and customize it, because they're the customizable ones you can get online. I can send you some links. Hey, you don't ever have to be shy.
Okay.
Trust me, I'm shy too. I hate trying to fucking reconnect with people after like months long. I've started reconnecting with one of my friends because I'm just like, I feel bad.
Sir? Do you realize how long it's
Yeah,
been
it's been
since
years.
we've
I know.
actually... Exactly. Exactly.
But I have friends who I haven't talked to in months, and I'm like, I don't want to talk to them because I feel like they're gonna hate me.
Yup.
So imagine when it's
you
like
can
that.
Literally ask Nico. That's exactly what I did. I was like, I want to ask him, but I scared.
Nah, I don't hate, you know me. I don't hate people. Not like unless they piss me off. It's not like this yet, but I never piss me off. So
Yeah.
trust me, I have a
just
list of
felt
people I
kinda
can't
weird,
stand
and then
anymore.
It was gonna be like,
You're totally fine. If you need
What do
any
you
help with
want?
YouTubing shit, I got you, bruh. What you mean? You the homie. We go back like fucking way too far.
we
Ancient
really
fucking
do.
fossils at this point. Hell, I even loaned you one of my models. I don't give a fuck. Oh my god, it's a big ass wolf.
A wolf, sir? That's a fucking deer.
That was an elk, actually. Where elk? It's where elk.
Holy shit! You just scared the fuck out of me. I was not prepared. I was fully into the conversation, going for it.
She knew I was there. Fuck. Why she got little legs
she
though?
wouldn't.
She got some tiny little legs.
She really did though.
And that big ass elk head.
Chicken
Grub
legs
it.
on a big ass body.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair though,
Run! Get to that gonna be tried, bro. Fuck, did that work? Fang clutched the shit out of that. That turned to 3 easy hooks into 1. That's crazy.
Yup.
Oh shit. But yeah, no, you're always welcome to hit me up. I don't give a fuck. You know me. If I'm busy at
I
work or
just
something, I'll be like,
couldn't
I can't
remember,
talk right now. I'm driving or whatever. But other than that, yeah.
Oh yeah. I just didn't
I changed my name a
know
lot.
or remember what software you used or like how you made them.
Oh yeah, I can send you all that information.
Yeah.
There's YouTube videos all over the place.
Well, yeah, but like the ones I've seen are like mannequin and stuff like that. But
See, I've
I
never
tried
used
to use
mannequin.
that
I
on
don't know
the
what that
laptop.
is. I don't know what mannequin
it's
is.
supposed to be like an easy model creator that you can get on Steam. And I downloaded the free version to try it, and it does not act right on my laptop for some reason. Like I tried everything I could to try to fix it, and it won't fix. So I was like, yeah, no, I give up.
I mean, if you give me an idea of what you're looking for, I could possibly make you something. The only problem is I don't fucking my normal way of adding like the facial tracking that I used to do is kind of borked now because Unity kind of fucking updated their whole shit and it fucked up my shit. So I can't really do the facial tracking anymore, but I can make you a base model.
Well, see, I
With, like,
probably
V-Ray Studio.
have to, because the problem is the whole webcam thing. Because I am still on console. Yes. But there
Wait,
are
you have
ways to
webcam
do
now?
it.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of fucking apps and shit you can use. Like there's that what's that shit called? The thing I used to use before we first started using the OBS and shit. When I was on a console. What was it? What the fuck is that program called? Light something? Yeah, there you go. Lightstream. Lightstream lets you stream from your console and your computer. Yeah, Lightstream I think still exists. Keyword. Yeah, I think you pay for like a short or like a subscription or something, and it lets you like stream from your computer and your PC, or your game and your PC. So like you have your game on the game thing, and then you have your PC on, or your like stream model and everything on the other side of the PC.
Yeah, I watched a video on that, and she used mannequin and
Oh shit! I see
something
it.
else, and then every time I tried to use mannequin, it just wouldn't work. But I'm sure there's a way to get it to work with like V-Roid.
Yeah,
and all
I
that.
usually use V-Roid. Yeah, because V-Roid you can just build a model from scratch, add clothes, add whatever you want to it, color it the way you want it, blah blah blah. If you're an artist, you can go ham with it, make your own outfits. But I'm not no artist, so I use the Boost ones. I have like a fucking whole library of Boost shit I can send you a link to. Oh, did I get
My
it?
camp meter was going.
Oh, I was not paying attention, sorry. I was into conversation.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how your camp meter is going up. She's all the way over at Gallows and you were all the way over there.
I think they extended the camp meter to like 90 meters.
I think it's extended in this mode because I've seen that a couple times today where a killer, like I watched someone's camp meter go all the way up, they were in the middle, and I was all the way at the end of the road, basically by the wall, and their camp meter was going up and the killer was over by me.
Yeah, I had a survivor's camp meter go up on me while I was fucking, like, literally walking around the outside of the shack while I wasn't even in the basement, and they somehow got to it. I'm like, what? Like, I was outside on another area looking for people, and then they somehow managed to get off the hook. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, they had to have extended it or something.
Yeah, they must have. They did a lot of things in this mode they shouldn't have.
Oh,
Giving
shit.
20% extra progression on generators was horrible. The fucking
I was
light,
hoping she would swing.
or the fucking windows of opportunity with the lantern was really stupid.
Yeah.
Because relying on the
Especially
lantern makes
'cause
you
if
such an
you-
easy target.
Exactly. So half the time you're not gonna use it.
No, that's why I immediately, as soon as I get in the match, I drop that shit. Because I'm like, I'm not gonna use this shit.
The only time I use it is if I like really can't find a generator.
Yeah.
Oh, she camping.
Oh, she's super camping, I guess. Damn.
She was literally just sitting at the top of the stairs, so she's out of the radius. That was it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, bitch. She's on me though. I'm leading her away. I don't know if she's coming
Alright,
back
I'm
or
heading
not,
down
but-
now. Fine, I can take a look.
I think she might come back,
You live
though.
to see another
Oh,
day.
see
Yep,
her
shit
behind
right
her.
here.
Yep.
Fuck! Thought I could loop her. Not go my way. No. You can use hatchets, bitch? Apparently not. I guess.
Oh, shit.
Can't see.
Oh, she gave up chase because I was moving her too good.
I got you.
Jesus, Lord Christ
Oh no,
almighty.
going against the dredge in this mode, not
Oh,
fun.
we did.
Oh yeah, we
literally
did.
can't
We got
see
our
shit.
ass handed to us. Yeah, we got our asses handed to us by the dredge. It's crazy. There's the last generator.
It's a very good
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
I know for
Who's
sure
making
you got two. All I can bear.
I finished another one, so I feel like we got 3. Oh, hi.
I say main gen still needs done. The gen in front of main is done.
The gen across from the door over here by where me and Nico are healing is
that was
progressing.
not a miserable technical behavior that you should get.
Imagine them getting their shit together. Have you seen the new killer? They're already calling it the craft. You know I'm a celestial, fucking literal god, right? Yeah, it's your crap. Like, nobody cares. You're a god. You're a crap.
Basically.
You're crap now. You're my friend now. We're having some tacos later. Leave me alone. I paid at the office, you bitch. I already
Main
paid
gen
them all
probably
the monies.
75-ish.
Careful, because she might be coming.
I told you, every time I go to a fucking
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
not gonna lie,
like...
you fucking scared the shit out of me because you said she might be coming and all I seen was your arm and I was like,
Hey, that was last gen. Hey, yo. Told you. I'm never wrong.
I think she, yep, she right
Shit,
behind us.
I'm wrong again. I'm dead. She's on my boot. Ah, nope, she knows how to 360. But,
on the door that I
okay, devil's on the other door.
Which means she's coming right for you.
Come
You
on,
might want to
come
move.
on, come on.
Leave if you can.
Oh shit, never mind, she can.
My door's open.
She's gonna get this. Fuck.
What?
Yep.
I want you to know, pulling back on the swing.
Yeah,
And
I'm
it
aware
hits
of
me.
where it is. Thank you.
Oh shit! Hi, Val. Fuck. I might be
Run. Just run.
Run for your life. Wait, I have a Luther. Fuck!
What? You were just behind me, bro.
Can I just leave?
Yeah,
Okay.
just leave.
Okay.
I got survivor guilt again. Curse you.
You're fine.
Matter of fact, I need to check.
I take
my
this
meme
game
and
so
have
much
each other
less
add it on
seriously than I
fucking
used
Discord
to.
so
I will just run around trying to befriend everybody.
That's what I do. But them killing me, beating me.
I'm gonna cry. Inside. Not outside. Outside's for bitches. I say it, I'm like, oh yeah, we need to check men's mental health. Bitches, fuck them.
This is the only acceptable use for AI.
How are we not friends on Discord? What the fuck? I'm adding you.
That was the other thing of it being awkward, is I would have to add you.
Girl! Well, you already
That's
know.
why I said it was really awkward, because I was like, nope, I'm scared.
Okay, the only person that I would not want to even, like, try to add me again is my ex.
Well,
And I
no
mean the
duh.
most recent one. Or
Oh.
Fox. Because
Oh.
that would just be awkward.
I really thought you were talking about,
Oh, Nancy? No. She had a kid.
I don't remember her name, I just know it was Bunny.
Yeah, she had a kid.
Oh.
With another guy.
Oh.
And they got postpartum depression for a year.
Oh! Damn!
Laugh! What the fuck?
Bro, what?
Okay then.
Yeah. Yeah, I found out like
fucking
a couple months ago.
diabolical.
Dude, that laugh was diabolical, goddamn.
Who even was that?
That's your man.
What's that?
It was either his anime or him, and I didn't notice. One of the two.
That's crazy.
Well, either way, it was perfectly fucking.
That was, yeah, perfectly timed as all things should be.
Oh, he said it was probably him laughing. So you made a very
made it very
comically
humorous.
timed laugh.
He really did, though. That's too funny.
For goofy shit like that.
That was funny. That was fucking hella funny. But yeah, no, she got pregnant, had a kid, got postpartum.
Because it's gone.
Me, I'm just
forever.
chilling. Single for life for me. Unless anybody's got some cute friends they want to hook me up with. Probably not crazy ones. I dated a couple crazies in the last couple more years, and I'm over it. The last one was super
Well,
crazy.
unfortunately, the only female friend that I have in my life is engaged.
Well, tell her to get into sports. Just
And I
kidding.
don't have friends.
Yeah, imagine
sorry, I
having
can't do
friends.
that.
Nico has a girlfriend now. He don't know me no more.
Well, you know that plays games and stuff.
No, it's fucking with Nico. Nah, I'm good. I got my friend from Spain supposedly looking for me. He's gonna find me a big booty Latina. Nah, I'm good.
Gave up on
I'm
the big titty gospel?
honestly just fucking healing and dealing with my own shit and living my life. I don't really care about females right now. Except for my friends, of course. My friends matter to me. So don't ever hesitate to say hi or ask me about VTubing shit, because I will gladly help you with that.
Balls.
I'll just text you and be like, "Batch, what the fuck are you doing?"
Botch, I'll do
Fucking
whatever I
wieners.
need. Yeah, usually that.
God, I haven't used that word in so fucking long.
What?
Batch. No, batch.
No, batch.
Word, I have not called you batch in so long. I just told Nico, I was like, I miss that bitch. It's been a hot minute since we played DVD together. I miss my batch.
It has.
Give me something other than a fucking lantern.
Hot
I've
minute
seen
we
you
just
on
fucking vibe
so
down
many
to DC.
times, and I'm just like, nah, he's probably busy and full, and I don't have his Discord, so.
If you told me you wanted to get on, I would kick any of my current friends out of that VC. I don't give a fuck. I'd be like, sorry, OG, get out. OG's only.
The funniest part is, this whole thing today, it was either send you a Discord invite to his server, or send to him an invite to mine.
Because it's
Oh my
servers.
God.
Because both of our
How
servers.
is
Oh,
that gonna
Ghosty,
be?
hi. Because both of our servers are always dead. So it's like, what the fuck's the point? Hi. Hi.
Hey,
for you.
no, my butt smacked. I wanted my butt smacked. Well,
You spin me right round, baby, right round. That's fine. The other guy's AFK anyway.
Oh, yeah, it works.
Yeah, spin me right around, baby, right round. Correct, baby, right round. Look at this, like, what the fuck am I? What did I sign up for when I got into the DVD game?
I really went like, I exposed one person and got kingdom one.
I got 3 for the price of 1. He was AFK for the longest.
Her on the floor.
Everybody do that dinosaur.
Look, we're playing Ring Around the Rosie with Hugs. It's fine.
He went up to the den to try to kick it like it wasn't still regressing. He's coming.
Look at their butts. Hey, we communicating.
Communicating.
Slap
Loud
it.
twerking.
Exactly.
Look,
Look at her for you.
he doing it. He doing it. He just slowed.
I love when they do that shit.
My turn. My turn.
Oh, you just whacked him in the wiener.
He whacked his meat. Ooh, you whacking him off. Wax on, wax off.
Oh, he said no.
He told me no, I can't get the butt smacks.
Wailed him in the balls.
Stop slapping my testicles, lady.
I was trying to hit him in the butt. He turned around and hit my balls.
I missed this.
Like, fucking videos that have been popping up where it's like,
I fucking missed this, bro.
when they smack somebody, and they're
I'm getting
like,
too old to not have fun moments like this.
He's like, what do you think you're doing?
Kill him.
I'm
Sick him.
gonna
Sick
stare
him, boy.
deeply into your
Stick
eyes.
him. Stick him.
Oh,
Kill him.
get him.
Kill him.
Get him bad.
Kill him. Bad appearances. Bad. Whack. Whack him again.
Black, ain't it?
Whack him again. Yep, it's because he's black. Racism. Martin Luther King had a dream, and it wasn't that motherfucker.
I think he's gonna kill me.
Making you dance.
Oh, he's gonna let me wiggle.
We can dance if we want to. We can leave off. It's fine. If you don't dance on it, no friends are fine. Oh, you're the one who hit him with the chicken pellet? I thought you were not the other black guy. Oh, that's okay. They all look the same anyway. What? So there's white people and Asian people. It's okay. It's not racist. It's just the
This
fact.
man's really like, what did I sign up for in this damn game?
It's not racist. It's true.
Hey, at least Adam Sandler can do it.
Nobody
Just
look,
chilling.
he's trying to mark us.
Mark two.
Do-do-do.
Nope.
Mark me, daddy. Hey, yo.
Do-do.
Or do Mark 2.
Now I can't reveal him. Where's he at? Oh. I was trying to sneak up on him and he turned around.
Does that make us all Marxists?
He knows I touched the butt. He's like, why are you touching the butt?
That's such your butt.
But the butt. It's ghosty butt.
I know, he got a nice butt. I like ghosty butt.
I'm a post.
I know, right?
Oh, he moved.
What's got a nice butt? Look at this. Look at this. Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, don't move him. Check your prostate.
Don't you get me? Fucking rude. You better check your prostate back.
Love creeping.
Oh yeah, you're checking your prostate. Tell me where it hurts. Pretty much in the big ready blood spot.
Show me on the doll.
Show me on the doll where he touched you. Oh my goodness.
What are you doing with that light?
He's working. How the fuck did we end up befriending Ghosty?
Because it's a ghosty. You
Because
never
we're
met
goobers. True. Oh, hello. Oh, that's the black guy. What's that white girl? Probably not getting banned tonight. Please, like Twitch would never ban me. They can't even. They don't even see me as a fucking. They see me as dead weight, apparently.
That's what I've been hearing.
Yeah, anybody with under 1,000 followers is apparently dead weight. Or 1,000 viewers, I mean. Yeah. Which is kind of funny, seeing as Twitch's whole fucking system because I have 6 CCV, I'm technically in the top 0.6% of streamers. So that says a lot about their 1,000 CCV. Fucking idiot. And the funniest part is that it was literally a fucking article that was published recently, but the person who fucking said the statement worked at Twitch like 3 years ago. It no longer works at Twitch, so it has nothing to do with Twitch. It's just some random bullshit some article put out trying to make Twitch look bad.
Oh,
People were fucking retarded. The fact that they all fell for it was so funny. So you could pretty much say anything, especially in the VTuber community. You could say pretty much anything. These idiots will fall for it.
Oh.
Like, oh, you guys are losing your followers because they're taking away all your lurkers because of the botting and shit. It's like, no, it's because you were botting, you idiot. They took your bots away. Like, either you were botting or someone else was botting you, but your lurkers are not gone. It's just you're stupid and don't realize that you're being botted. Oh, well.
oh, bro.
Honestly, I would be tempted to bot my account. Just to see how high I can make that shit go.
Oh, he broke my lamp.
I want to see pretty numbers go up.
Stalking you.
Ooh, I want to stalk. Where you at?
He's
In
over
fact,
here.
give me this
He's
link.
on Nico's skin. I'm being him.
By
I'm
the,
stalking him around the corner.
By the big thing.
The big thing. Oh.
The big
Track this way a little.
The giant tractor. He'll never know. Stuck this side.
Don't mind me. I'm just working. Guess we live in the dust light.
Oh,
Eh.
I got one.
Yoink. I think you wanted to touch the channel either. Where the hell did you come from? Oh. I thought you were the other survivor. I was like, who the fuck is this person? I was like, oh shit, wait, never mind.
Me.
You're not black. She white like me. Oops, my bad. I've had a little performance anxiety.
I call this on the Mori.
I let you have it.
You can
Just-
leave.
Just because I missed your ass. And because it's your favorite movie.
Come open the door.
Where you at? Oh, there it is. Whee!
You know, if you emote, you'll see your face.
Yeah, but it's not fun when I go flying forward.
Hey, get back.
Who, me?
Oh, is he doing red light, green light?
Yes.
Oh, Adam.
Helicopter. I don't know why I stopped at the end. Let's just go. Watch the other Adam fucking take forever to leave. So
He's like, what are you?
He's
no,
like,
Adam
no,
opened the other door.
you come back. He's like, nah, give me that Mori boy.
Right here.
Give me that sweet Mori.
Give me. Give me. Give me. Yes. Yes. Give me. Yes.
Give her what she wants. Give her what she needs.
Give me. I will let the timer run out. I will let the timer run out. Come here. Come here.
Steve.
Come here. No. Put me down.
Put me down right now.
Nope. Nope. I refuse. I refuse.
She refused.
Nope. I refuse.
Heard her. You heard her.
Give me. Give me.
Do it. Do it, Ghosty.
No.
Do it, Ghosty. There you go.
We will have this argument till the timer runs out, damn it. I will have my Mori.
For first, I think it's out me.
Hell yeah, the double pin.
Ah, it's the one time I will, like, why am I not on the laptop?
Oh, it don't matter. He was a
Oh, here's the console too.
Oh, he's Xbox.
That was the
then.
Atom.
Damn it.
Yeah, possibly.
Oh no, the Atom's PlayStation.
Ah. Damn. Xbox players, you know.
I also want it to be known I have the spider lilies from the Kaneki thing, and he has Kaneki. I
Aw,
deserve
shit.
that, Maury.
Oh, okay.
If I would have seen that at the end, oh, bitch. I have the Xbox app, don't tip me.
True. I forgot I had this skin. Only skin that gives you boobs.
Although I did not complete my tome, but it's fine. It's still
Okay.
Yeah, I literally have to
Steve,
escape on Death Hook.
been AFK and I'm back. How's it going? Pretty good. We ended up fucking going against Ghosty, who ended up being real cool. You know what? Cowgirl fit. And I got my friend on. She awesome. Please come back to streaming. So I can stream with her. Woo.
I know, I keep talking about it. Which is part of the reason
Stop talking and
why
just do it.
Ryan gave me the laptop, is because, well,
Don't just
I
talk
need-
about it, be about it.
Exactly.
I want to make the model first. and get all that set up and then do it. But that's my issue is I haven't been able to get the model because everything I've tried to use is a bitch. Or
Also,
costs
I'm
money.
thinking like either you can use VTube Studio, which you can use the live 2D model, which is just easy peasy. All you have to do is edit it because I can just send you the files. Or you can do the 3D model, which probably would be less taxing on your computer, on your PC, because VC Face is a lot less taxing on the PC than VTube Studio is. So.
Yeah, because I probably won't be able to do because that's my thing is I probably won't have the webcam to be able to do that part of it. But I could definitely set it up like, because I did try something and I was able to get a model in and set it to where it still moved and did its thing.
It's a
but when I talked, it would react and stuff like that. And like if I moved the mouse, or I can set up like a gamepad and stuff like that.
Leave me alone, bitch.
Oh yeah, you can do all that. Also, if you have an iPhone, you can also use iPhone tracking too.
I have a Samsung.
There is also an app for Samsung. Believe it or not. I have never used it.
You know what?
It's called Meowbase.
Yay!
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's on the. It should be on the App Store. It's like a. It's a. It like has like it uses your phone's built-in camera to like scan your face and use it for more or for the model.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. And then all you would have to do is connect it to the app, or to whatever program you're using for the facial or for your model. And it should just automatically capture your facial expression and shit.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about the webcam and the face part right now. I
mean, you can
want
use
to
the
get
PNG, and that'd be good too.
Yeah, because I was looking into all of that, like, do 2 little, like, images, one for just, like, the solid, and then another one for when I actually talk, and stuff like that.
Yep, that's what I do sometimes when my model's not working properly. Or you can use PNGs. Man, you just took 2 pallets to the face. What are you doing, lady?
Apparently not paying attention.
Well.
Steve, you potato.
Oh, you missed. Keep trying to. Oh, whatever you doing down here. Yep, she got me. Bro, I ran her for at least 2 gens better for such a head. Oh, so I looked on DVD Tracker and it said my longest chase was 2 minutes and 27 seconds. That's a long chase. I'm pretty sure that was the chase that got me 5 gens completed. It was like 40 seconds per gen.
Hi again, Steve.
Put me back in, coach. I want to get chased again.
Oh my god. If we play pubs, I seen a video of a build I want to try.
That doesn't count.
It's essentially, so say you loop the killer for like 2 or 3 gens, I just stay around you. So when you go down, I just use for the people and then 2 other perks, so I get endurance and you get endurance, and then we both just run the fuck away.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I used to use that too.
Yep. I
You
really
get for
want
the
to
people,
try it
and
on
I think
somebody.
it's
Made for this.
Yep,
and,
made for this.
I can't remember what the
Probably
other
that
2
one,
are.
Oh, she's here.
One gives you endurance, the other one gives the person that you pick up endurance.
I made her whip. Let's go.
I'll have to look at it after this.
I'm aware.
Oh yeah, you're
But she's getting fucking battle slap. Fucking bitch.
Oh, well, hello. You seem to be in the dying.
A little bit. Come on, Jesse.
Yeah, just a little death over here. I should also probably
Well,
get rid
I'm
of
dead.
the tape before
Bye, everybody.
I'm horrible.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Later.
Have fun.
I did my job. I'm happy.
You can finish my gen while I go over here and get rid of this tape, so I hopefully don't get worried.
Yep. And you turned off the TV so you can't.
I mean, it didn't help she was chasing
Oh,
me.
but she can pop up in front of me, though.
So. Cuphead.
Oh my god,
What?
bitch, quit TPing right next to my ass. I can
Cuphead
hear
Phone
it.
60. She really TPing me right now? I need to see that.
Oh shit! I just ran through her.
She was TPing around for a second and she stopped. As soon as she found me go. Did you finish the gen?
I did.
You finished it upstairs.
Yay.
I just want to be left alone, man.
She
Oh, well,
right
this
there.
might be last gen either way. Ah, shit.
He's dead.
Oh, sorry, Nico. I don't got flashies in this version.
Surprisingly enough, you can find them.
Oh, why didn't you turn off the... I thought you were turning off the TV. Damn it, Steve.
Damn you, Steve.
Bad Steve.
A whip. I made a whip too. Aww.
Oh, she waited it out, damn it.
Yeah, the tree got in the way. Why was she staring at the tree?
That's what I want to know. I was like, ma'am, did the tree offend you? Are you good?
I think I offended her.
Steve, why did you not finish that generator?
Where is Steve? Get the fuck on it, bro. Why are you running around in circles? Go finish the generator.
Right, Steve. Steve, the gen. Steve.
Baby! You only can wait 10 now!
I just got hooked. That gen was 90% done.
Damn. Steve,
Dave.
dummy.
Steve, you don't understand what you've done.
You know, it's just an idiotic thing that you've done.
Get on this gen, Steve. I swear to God, if you don't pop this bitch, I will feed you to her myself.
If you don't pop it, I'll pop you.
I will pop you and feed you to her, damn it. Actually, wait, I lied. I'm even more scared now. Yeah, go ahead and heal me first. And then I'll put this tape in there. While you go open the door so she can't TP over here. Alright, Steve? I know you can't hear me. But understand the plan. Like,
Listen
mentally, just understand.
Telepathically, you little shit.
Yes, yes. Perfect telepathy. Understand what I'm thinking. Alright.
Oh,
Never
she
mind.
knew. She knew!
She read my brain
missed!
better than he did!
Pow slap.
You know what? You deserve that.
She sure did. She deserved all that pow slaps I gave her. Fuck that bitch. Oh, she demanifested. Now she goes to the door. This whole time you could have been on the door.
What the hell, Steve?
Steve's not the brightest crayon in the box. That's become
Just get the
Karen.
door, Steve.
If you die, it's on you, bro.
Dave?
Do not go back for Steve. Do not go back for Steve. You will regret it.
Dave? Dave? Oh. I wasn't trying to fully leave, damn it. Oh.
What are you pointing at, fool? Leave. What is it?
I think
He's literally
Steve thought I was
DMing
still
it.
back by the TV. I think Steve was coming back in for
Probably.
me. And then I went by and he just didn't notice.
Well, there's no point in saying GG, motherfuckers. I ain't even on console again. G.
Yeah, the killer was. I don't know
You
if
get half the
Steve
good.
was.
You get good, not game. You get half of it. Go fuck yourself. That's what you get for killing me. How rude. Oh man.
Oh, I forgot I can't look at builds while I'm in this. Well,
We're such
oh.
I think I got one more in me.
Yeah, I gotta cook dinner
Damn.
after this.
Oh, I gotta work in the morning. Means getting up at fucking 5 o'clock.
Oh,
I also have to
damn.
work
Yeah,
in the
I gotta be
morning,
up by like 6:30.
Yeah, it's me too. I gotta be at 6:30 at the by 7:30 or 7:15 at the most or latest. I have to get to work early so I can leave early.
Yeah.
Time to hang out. and play games with my friends. Yeah. Tomorrow's
Yeah,
fucking.
tomorrow's my early day.
What do you call it? The Fortnite Sprite drop. So I gotta be on there to get that stupid shit, and I never get my Grims because fuck Fortnite. That's right.
I quit attempting that shit.
I've gotten almost all of them. The only ones I don't have are the Grims and a couple of random variations. And that's it. I even got the Iron Mouse one last night.
Lucky you.
Well, if you get on Fortnite, I'll share. I will give you all the sprites. All you need is portable extracts, and I got you. Besides, I can trust you to hold your own in a Fortnite battle more than Sin does. So... I swear, this season's been so fucking sweaty, though. Like, holy shit.
You think? Those sprites have turned everyone into fucking
I call them
goblins.
Laboobos now. It's basically Laboobos, man. A bunch of people fight over Laboobos.
Yeah, I seen that one day.
You fucking little Pazuzu demons.
I mean, they might as well be.
Yeah, like, the fuck is up with this Labubu collection bullshit? Like, don't get me wrong, it kind of reminded me of Pokemon, but at the same time, it's just like, yeah, everything reminds me of porn at this point.
The one killer I'm surprised I haven't ran into while playing is Michael.
That is honestly surprising, because I played Michael once, and I fucking failed at him. I feel like Chop Michael is not good for this mode. I played Knight earlier. I failed for it. I also played Doctor, and I fucking got a 4K. And then as I zapped the last person with the Mori, I said, Kaya, please. And now my friend's making it into a clip.
No, mother.
I'm gonna meme the fuck out of that.
I have found us another gen.
I have also found another gen.
Yay!
See, the great / not great part about this game mode is you can never tell when you're free genning. That's a killer gen. But even then, you
Yup.
still end up fucking sucking at it. Is that Plague? Nope, it's a Knight. Fuck.
You were just saying you wanted to see a Knight on this game mode.
No, I didn't. I said I played Knight earlier. What do you mean?
I thought you said you wanted to see him. I missed it.
No.
Oh, we about to
I've already seen him.
hard.
I played him. Now I don't want to play with him no more. I've already seen what it's like to play Knight on fucking this game mode. It was not fun. Fuck. Double fuck. That was actually really well executed fucking attack, dude. You son of a bitch. He's on my booty hole. He's still on my booty hole. Come on. Why is it 3 children arguing me and me? Wow, not only did your dude not catch me, you didn't catch me. You're still trying, though. That's the crazy part.
He really is. I was gonna
He's
try
just
to heal
summoning
you.
all his fucking summons on me right now.
We're about to 3 for the bell.
I will find you. I will
Oh,
kill
I didn't
you.
want in the locker.
Don't you fucking BM me, you little bitch. You suck.
Orlando is blowing up the gen.
You're literally garbage, bro. Alright, Melania. You gonna pick me up already, or are you gonna keep being a little bitch?
What the fuck is this killer doing?
Pretty sure he's stream
I see
sniping. Because the fact that he's over here shaking his head at me and then slashing me and then sitting there and doing absolutely nothing but looking at me.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
you're stream
he's
sniping, bro.
staring at you.
He's totally stream sniping. Nah, he's stream sniping. I guarantee you. Because why else would he be sitting? He's probably sitting there talking in my chat. No. glad that I outran the stupid fucking summons repeatedly. Oh shit, hi.
Bitch, I just slow crouched, walk behind his ass. The moment he went down for that ability,
That was just so funny.
Benjamin's again! Keep working on his guns.
No to me. I'm shaking my head yes, and then I just come up behind.
I did not even notice, dude.
Shit.
Look at my fucking chat! To see me was fucking in there. I was like, what the fuck? You're like, run, I'm like,
So
huh?
I just screamed, run! Run, bitch, run!
That's fucking crazy. Oh my god. Wow, that's getting 5 gen mad quick, bro. That's what you give me to twat. Oh my god. Yo, wait, kill me. That was fucking hilarious. Please open the door so I can just run the fuck out and fucking BM at the door like an asshole.
I'm trying, I'm running to a door now. I'm on a very far door, I don't... Oh, never mind, I'm on the same door as Zarina, so...
Imagine trying to bully me and failing horribly at it. That's crazy. Oh man.
I was fully sitting there. I thought he seen me around the corner and he just... Nope. Oh.
Yeah, shake your head some more. Shake your head some more there, bud. Shake your head some more. Shit.
I pulled him over to the other door.
Nice. I'm going over now.
Oh, he just put a guard on the other door now? Okay. Oh, he's at this door.
Yep. Oh, fuck.
Are you by the door of the shack?
I don't know. I have... Oh.
Yep, someone's here.
Wherever Dwayne just went.
They're there.
He was sitting there looking at me like, can I hit you backwards? Nope, I know what you're trying to do. I think he might be coming over that way.
I want him to. I'm gonna fucking shake my head no at him and leave.
Cat stuck in VR?
Come here, ugly. Go
Oh,
on.
that was hilarious.
Cat stuck in VR.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna be a dick. I'm gonna hold this whole fucking game up for the next 30 seconds.
I'll say you just better pay attention to the ground and make sure that you move in time.
Nah, I'm good. Shake your head no at me ever again, bitch. See what happens.
It just makes it so much more funny that you weren't paying attention, so you didn't even notice. You get picked up and you're like, huh? Oh shit, run!
Shake my head, shake my head.
Well, I think that's a good one to...
Oh, that's a great one to end on, yes.
Alrighty. Yeah, when you're after I cook dinner, if you want, I'll start sending you some of the stuff that I use.
Yeah, if you want to send it over tonight, I probably won't actually look at it or anything until tomorrow, because I get
Yeah, that's
off at
fine.
like
Just
1
say if you have any
tomorrow,
questions or anything, you can hit me up. Let me know.
Yeah, and then if y'all want to play tomorrow or
Hell
anything, just let me know.
Either DVD or Fortnite, one or the other. Let's do it.
Well, Fortnite would have to be on console. If I do DVD, I can play on laptop, so...
I mean, yeah, that works too. I'll have to add you on Epic so we can play some. Because I definitely need a fourth for squads, because for sure. Fucking, I be hating only playing like duos and trios. I need me a squad again.
You hate duo
Nico
and
don't play.
trio?
Yeah,
Bitch,
Nico don't play no more.
Solo.
Yeah, I do too, but I'm actually getting good at solo, and I'm like, hey, look at me, I'm actually kicking ass and taking names and winning games. Let's go. Nah, the days of you playing solo are over. We get the squad back together. Let's do it. Wait. Hold up. Matter of fact, before I forget, what you get is Devil Wolf, right? What the fuck? Is it the same on
That would be Ryan.
Is it Is it the same on Steam as it is on Epic Games? Double Wolf 1021?
I believe so. It should be.
Yeah, I'm searching it now.
Hold on,
That's
let me
me.
find Fortnite. Where's Fortnite?
Oh, okay, bad, but that's probably why
Oh,
let
there
me
it is.
find you. Oh, there you go, Ghouls Angel.
That's Fortnite.
Perfect. I was like, I know you got Angel in your name somewhere.
Yes, I do.
Like I said, Fusion.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
Can you join what?
I went to go get on Fortnite, and it said...
I'm playing Fortnite today.
Update.
Yeah, talk to that about that one. Also depends on who's playing. Because
Oh, it's
No,
gonna
he
update
hasn't.
first.
Not
that
you.
would be
He
one.
hasn't. Oh.
yeah, you're good. I sent you an invite though, so you should have it in the when you get on.
Yeah, I'll be able to accept it when I get on. It was weird because I've never seen it let me open the game and it tell me I have the update. It normally, when I go to open it on PlayStation, goes, hey, update.
Yeah, you'll have one from
Like-
Slayer_chaos.ttv.
I figured it was going to be under the new name.
Yeah. Honestly, believe it or not, the new name is actually my old name, like my oldest name. I just redid it.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Because it used to be Slayer051987, and then I said, fuck it. And I added Slayer_chaos. So, works for me. I like it better that way. It's a little bit of my old me, plus new me.
That's okay. I still call you Plague whenever I refer to you.
You know what? That's completely fine with me, too. Honestly, I started getting tired of getting called Asher, so I was like, either Slayer, Plague, Matt. I don't give a fuck anymore. Call me whatever you want.
You son of a bitch.
Just
I am a
apparently
son
not
of a
Asher,
bitch.
because apparently Asher's done for.
Yeah, I killed him. Nah, I mean, I still have the model and shit. I just don't really, like, go by that name anymore for him anymore. I just call him Slayer now. It feels more fitting, to be honest. And this model is technically called Tsukiyomi, but I just go by Slayer anyway. But you can call it Suki if you want. I don't care.
Suki on me nuts.
Suki
Oh,
on
my
these
lord.
nuts, no.
I'll catch you guys.
What do you mean they took it away from you?
Yeah. Don't take my nuts away. I need them.
Oh. So you're caught up and you gotta wait for the new season. That was his scream from earlier because he finished
Slayer, I
the
barely
anime
know
he
him.
was watching. Jesus.
I saw one recently that I wanted to watch. I was forced to marry my school bully or some shit. Or the girl I hate. The girl in school I hate. Yeah, that's what it's called. I was watching like a whole synopsis of it today, and I'm like, I actually want to kind of watch it. It's like a romantic comedy that turns kind of into like an aggressive harem where the girls are like really aggressively trying to get with the guy, but like he's clearly only wants the one girl, but they still trying their hardest. Including his
so one of
cousin and his girlfriend, his wife, or his arranged wife's little sister is also trying to get with him. It's just crazy, bro. Yeah, it's funny though. I'm like, yeah, I can watch this. I could just a little slice of life shit. It's funny too because they argue all the time, like they're a married couple, but they're not. But you know, they're actually married, so it's
That's funny.
not by choice at first, but then they start to like it.
Have you watched Witch Hat Atelier?
That's another one I need to watch. I watched recently.
Oh, you need to watch it.
I finished Dr. Stone, which broke me.
No spoil shit.
My heart. That's
Don't
all I'm
say
gonna
shit.
say. I'm not gonna say shit.
Yep.
But you gotta watch it. It was good.
Leave it there. Just
Good.
leave it
I
there.
will. Solo Leveling I finished watching. There's the new season coming out next year, I think.
I think it's a lot sooner than that.
Oh, is it? I know Dan I think it's supposed to be coming out next year. The new episodes. I have to watch Dragon Ball Daima.
Baby, when does Solo Leveling Season 3 come out?
Konosuba's Season 4 comes out
How do you
next
not know?
year.
Oh, I guess it is.
Because they
next
haven't
year.
officially
I thought
announced it yet.
Yeah, I thought it was
Yeah, they haven't
2026,
officially...
2027, but it says 2027, 2028. So yeah. never
Yeah,
mind.
they haven't officially announced it yet, so we're not really sure when it's actually coming out. But it's supposed to come out in the next year or so. I know they just officially announced Chainsaw Man. What was it? International Assassin's Arc. That one I can't wait for because really they are. Oh my fucking god, so good. Best fucking movie I've seen in a long time. That shit was so
I can't
good.
remember. Do you watch WWE?
I used to. Back
Do you
when
remember
like Stone
Damian
Cold
Priest?
and shit. I do,
Oh,
yes.
then no.
Yeah, I remember
Oh, you
Damian
do
Priest.
remember Damian Priest?
Mhm.
Oh my god. Do you know? Shut up. Yes, I just got excited and my fucking shit fucked up. Do you play Marvel Rivals?
I do sometimes, not often, but sometimes. I mean, if
Do
I
you
get
know Red
invited
Hood
to play
coming
them,
out?
yeah. It's played by Damian Priest.
He's voiced by Damian Priest.
Let's go. That's cool. I like that. I like that. We like that.
I seen a TikTok of it today, and I was like, I can't trust TikTok. I gotta go verify. And sure enough, I looked it up, and it verified he is indeed going to be the voice actor of Red Hood.
Well, honestly, I was surprised that they fucking for Deadpool they didn't even use Ryan Reynolds. They used Sayu. He's a
I don't know
VTuber.
if it's still going on, but there was a bunch of shit going on with Ryan Reynolds at one point.
Yeah, he had a whole feud with another guy and blah 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 blah.
Because he's just an average Cooper. No, the wife was.
But yeah. But no, they used
The
Sayu
wife was
for
in
the voice actor.
We
for
got
that.
it. Shut up.
They didn't.
I'm bullying you, geez.
We bully each other. You know this, damn it.
I know. I've known you guys long enough. Hell, I knew you guys before you started dating.
No, we were
Really?
dating whenever we moved in together.
No, I think I met you before you guys moved in together.
No.
Really?
Correction, we never technically were dating. We just started fucking. Moved in together.
Well, there you go. I guess that works.
Whatever
too.
works.
Hey, situationships are great as long as you make it work. It's all about communication. Something I lack a lot of. That's why I'm not in a relationship. No, it's not that I lack communication. It's that my partners lack communication, and I lack the patience to deal with it. That's why I'm single. I'm a very patient person. I'm just not patient for stupidity. So if you're gonna be stupid, I'm not gonna deal with you. Literally, my
Like I
last
said.
relationship ended over fucking Demon Slayer.
What the fuck?
I shit you not. We were watching Demon Slayer together. She made this comment about that ugly, greasy looking fucking demon who's like all skinny and shit. It was like, you know, it was the two demons attached to each other.
Oh yeah, the brother.
The siblings, yeah. And she
Yeah.
made a fucking comment about how he was hot and da da da. And I'm like, that motherfucker is not hot. Like he's an ugly,
No,
little,
he's
greasy
not.
little gremlin. Like, what do you mean?
Like, no, he
And
is not.
She had to literally go online and tell her friend what I said, like, because it's like not like it's a private conversation between two people or anything. Like everybody else needs to know about it. And I called her out on it, and like an hour later, we got to an argument. An hour later, we ended up breaking up. I'm like, okay, whatever.
So his last relationship ended over Demon Slayer because
Yeah, it was
you
bad.
remember the brother of the demon.
The brother sister
siblings?
demon duo.
Well, she said that he was hot, and so of course, she said that he was hot, and of course, Plague said, "No, he is not." And
I'm
so
not
she
gonna
went
front.
to her friend
It made me a little
to
pissed
go
off that
complain
she
about
thought
it,
that ugly
and then
fucking physique was
started
hot. I'm like, nah.
whole argument over it, and then goes, "You know, we're done," and broke up.
Yep. And she broke up with me. That's the funny part.
The brother in the entertainment district, the
Yep,
siblings.
that's what one.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
She said he was hot, and Plague goes, "No, he is not. He's a greasy, ugly motherfucker."
I'm on Plague's side.
Thank you. I mean, there was
And
plenty
so
of other
they got
problems.
into an
with that
argument,
relationship.
and then they ended up breaking up like an hour.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yup. It was bad. She was kind of a nut
Hey.
job, though. I'm not gonna
At
lie.
that point, that's a. Cause like,
She was riddled with red flags, so it's okay.
He goes, "She was riddled with red flags, so it's okay."
Just more of a reason why I'm single. I can't deal with females that aren't my friends who are actually chill. It's crazy because I'm always friends with like the chillest females. I always see them. I'll only ever see them as friends. And then
Probably
when
about how it
someone
goes.
fucking crazy comes by, I fucking fall for him. Like, what the fuck?
Yep, and then you go, what did I get myself into? Well, I'm already in it now.
Exactly. Yep. And then I'm like, well, I'm already in the fucking trenches now. Might as well keep going.
Yep, and then when it doesn't work out, you're like, son of a bitch.
Yeah,
Well,
and then
I
I go,
tried.
well, I'm being single again. Goodbye.
Well,
I mean, it could be
tried.
worse than the last
Single
one. You're
life for
fucking
me.
using me for money and clout.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, don't date VTubers. Horrible idea.
Well, considering the fact I'm in a relationship with someone I plan to marry, don't think that'll happen. So I think I'm safe.
I hope not. I'll have to beat your ass.
He goes,
Oh.
never date a VTuber. And I go, well, I think since I plan to marry you, I think I'm good. And he goes, you better not. I'll beat your ass.
I'm serious. I hate them people. A lot of them are just fucking toxic shithead storms. I'll tell you right now, if you become a VTuber, just avoid the community online, especially on Twitter. Don't even waste your time on them.
No.
Oh no, if you want to get married, go for it.
No, he's
More
full
power
for
to you.
that. He's saying if I were to fucking talk to some
Matter-
VTuber, like cheat on you with some VTuber guy, he gonna kill me for you.
Oh yeah, I fucking
Worry about it.
don't even like.
You wouldn't
Yeah,
get the chance to say, hey.
I was gonna say don't talk to Saikuno. He'd be trying to get every chick. Fucking
Oh
weirdo.
my lord.
He got caught. He got called out on that shit. That shit was
I would
hilarious.
kill her in game.
Oh man, not in game. Jeez. Could do it in real life, make it more worth it. I'm horrible.
Oh, lordy.
All right, I should end my stream. What am I doing? Just too distracted talking. It's been a while, all right. I haven't talked to my friend in a hot minute.
It's just a little bit of just chatting, catching up entertainment at the end of stream.
Yeah, there you
know?
go. Just chatting entertainment. There you go, chat. Enjoy. But fuck, what was I gonna do now? I forgot. I was supposed to cook dinner. I'm slacking.
Being stupid and catching up on stupid shit. That's what we're doing.
Okay, so essentially, like I was saying, there's like 3 routes you could go. The easiest route would be a PNG tuber, which is pretty cheap. You just you either draw it yourself or have someone draw it for you, or I mean, honestly, at this point, AI is also an option. But that one, or I'd say probably the 3D VTuber, because that I could probably just make for you.
Yeah, I mean, I want to learn how to make them myself, though.
Yeah, I mean, Viewer Studio is pretty simplistic on how to like make shit. So, I mean, I can definitely. Matter of fact, because Viewer Studio is free to use. If you go on Steam, I think you have PC. So if you go on Steam, I hear Power World.
You do indeed hear Power World.
I have a server. I'm about to beat the game, actually. No. Yeah.
Yeah, me and Ryan, well, we didn't start a new world because he literally sat there and spent days breeding perfect pals.
Yep, that's what I've been doing too.
Yeah, so he didn't want to start a new world, so we just continued from where we left off, and we are right before final boss. That's the last thing we have to do.
Yep, I'm on the final boss as well. Yeah, because we made a server, me, my friend Sin, Wolf, Nico, Q, and Vach are all in it. And we just kind of go on there, do our thing. Fuck around, play pals, fuck around, steal from each other's bases, and work on getting to the world tree. And now that I'm finally at the world tree, I finally have all my ancient civilization shit. I can finally go beat the world boss, and then just probably fuck around in the server forever afterwards. So I love that game so much.
Have you figured out the best pals to use when you're in the world tree?
Yes. If you mean the ones with the glowy blue aura with the world tree?
No. I mean to get the relic.
The relic? Which relic?
Have you not done anything with the relics yet?
Oh, you mean those relics? The ones you put in the recycler and you open them up and you get crazy shit from them? Yeah. I use a bunch of fucking normal and dark type mixture drops, and then I go in and I kill a bunch of Selens, and I get like a shit ton of stuff from that.
Yep, if you take Catris with you, I believe it is.
Yeah,
And
Catris,
you have her fully
Ephedrine.
up, it's also a 50% chance to not use a sphere if you do find something to catch.
Yep, I know. I have that. That's the first one I got. I was like, hell yeah. I unlocked her skills, so I got that too. But yeah,
Right.
I have Catris, Ephedrine. What the fuck is that other one? Brain's braining. Give me a second. Oh, Blaze Mutt, Knocked, and the sword from Terraria. They all give you the normal and dark extra drop abilities up
I
like
forgot about
80%.
the sword.
Yeah, if you bring all 4 of them and then bring like a flying pal and go in there and just kill all the Selens you find, you get shit ton of relics, shit ton of fucking ancient water, because that's what I really needed was ancient holy water. And also do the expeditions, and I also do the what do you call it? The fishing pond, because it actually gives me good shit too.
I normally just run around the area that where you can find Celestial and Celestial Knocked, and shut up. Anyways.
Celestial
fuck
nuts.
But the little Wistels that are there and how they
Yeah.
Shut up, okay? I have my own shit, I call them, alright? Everyone else does it, I can do it too.
You're just
Bite me.
hugging. Oh, you turtle.
But anyway. Yeah,
Look,
I normally
call
just go around
Sekhmet
and kill a
mommy.
bunch of them. You know what? From you, that's not surprising at all. Not in the slightest.
Dude, I have so many segments. It's like, buddy. I'm good. I wanted to mod the game so that they had big boobs. They give Sekhmet,
not surprising
Selene,
from
and
you.
fucking Lavander big titties. Well, of course I'm a gooner. What do you want from me? Gooner got a goon, bruh.
So in other words, if I see you playing Pal World, just know there's probably some pals walking around that are not appropriately proportioned to mine.
Nah, I mean, if I get the mod, I haven't really decided on, fucking.
He said he wants to fucking put in a mod. Yes.
That well endows the girls.
Or as he said, that well endows the girls.
I see why not. I mean, titties are titties, man.
And he literally goes, "It's okay. I call Sekhmet mommy." Coming from him, that's not surprising at fucking all.
I mean, come on, I call Nemesis Nema Daddy. I call Wesker Daddy. I call Hunter's mommy, too. Dommy mommy.
Look,
I call fucking Plague Vommy mommy. Like,
half of those are common, alright?
Yeah, but I put Plague in a fucking BDSM outfit the other day when I played against some survivors. That shit was hot. Vommy mommy with the drip.
Oh my lord.
Mommy with the drip was peak.
God,
oh man, I can't wait.
Jesus.
Friday, we're playing Backrooms Escape together, me and my one friend. Oh, that's gonna be so much fun.
He wants to know if you know what Anubis and Sekhmet bred together make.
I can. Matter of fact, hold on. I'll send you the website because there's a breeding calculator website.
We know the website. We know the breeding calculator website. He's just asking if you already know.
Yeah, because I've already done it.
He said he's already done it.
Anubis
he said, so what does it make?
It makes my ass hard. My dick hurts. Say it. Say it. Doesn't it make a hoodle?
I'll just pass the headset.
I said it makes my dick hard.
Anyways. What's it make?
Oh, I gotta look. I don't remember.
Oh.
You're asking me to remember
he don't
things.
Remember. He gotta look
You're asking
it
me
up.
to remember fucking things, bro.
Fucking Wellalaska.
Oh, I already have like 18 of those fucking things. What? 27. There's a bunch of combinations you can do though. Like you don't have to just use you can use Anubis and like other ones to make different variations, and the mutations always come out different.
Oh, trust me, the fucking Hartalis mutated eggs is just the giant rock dragon. Xenolord's giant rock dragon.
Huh?
Half the shit we've bred mutates into rock dragon.
2012.
Yeah. Megatron.
Hydrolon? I got Nightmare.
No, the rock dragon.
Yeah, I got a Nightmare with fucking like mad good skills from breeding Catris, Ignis, and fucking or not Wix and Ignis and Catris together.
Yeah, ours has Dimensional Leap Legend, right? Yeah. Our Hydrolon has Dimensional Leap, Legend, Swift, and Runner.
I can't remember exactly. I know two of the ones that I have. I gave like Demon Lord and Devil Hand or some shit.
Demon Hand, yeah, because it's the work speed.
Because it takes, and fucking boosts their attack so much that they just fucking kill everything in their sight. I guess.
Oh, we made Glass Cannon Hartalises. They've got,
Yeah, I think so.
Whatever of Destruction and a bunch of other shit. They're just pure attack. No defense.
Yeah.
Immortality and Diamond.
Oh, yeah, I think I have one with Immortality. So it's pretty good. But, isn't there one or like fucking ability that like oh yeah, Gildra has it. He has that ability where if he dies, he restores his health, or he comes back alive and restores his health. And I think it's so
sure that's not his partner skill?
I think that's his pal skill, yeah.
Okay, I was about to say.
Yeah, he's really good. Gildra is really good. I caught one.
He's talking about Gildra.
He's like the mummy one, the golden mummy.
He said it's the golden mummy one.
It looks like it should come from Sekhmet and Anubis.
But no, you think?
Badass blue whale.
Yeah, you'd think they'd stick with the Egyptian theme if you breed the two that, you know. But no, instead just, here's a giant whale.
Oh, here you go. Resurrection. While fighting together, when Gildra is incapacitated, it revives with its hunger reduced to 0.
The hunger reducing to 0? I mean, bitch just keep some salads or something on you.
Yeah, I would have food on me, so that's fine.
I was gonna say, we literally have the pouch for food, so, like, that's fine.
But his melee attack's 100, his shot attack's 120, and his defense is 105.
Have you built the drone launcher yet?
Yep, I use it all the time. I recently
we
just
haven't
used
built it yet, because we're trying to get the legendary one.
Yeah, I beat Pantlos a couple times with it.
Nice.
Oh, he does the whole map? That looks so different. Sorry, I'm looking at the actual map. Yeah, I got Panthalus, and then I went onto the oil rig. Fucking Panthalus just fucking annihilated everything. Like, he just fucking breathed and everybody died. I was like, bro. Shit, I'd be dying. So anyway,
I'm
chat.
not gonna lie.
I'm gonna end now.
You bringing that up and bringing up that fight just reminds me of the fly, you fat bird.
We did the same thing. Only I kept flying my stupid wing thing into the waterfall and dying. I don't know how the fuck I kept doing it. I'm like, oh, I got this. Flies right into the fucking big ass tidal wave and dies. I'm like, motherfucker. I gotta go back and get
I
that
can
clip
do
of
it.
that.
I've got it this time. Crash.
Yeah, I dead ass.